What is up, Drum Alert Nation? This is your host. And let's get right onto the news. Sabiam que o Tate foi. Não, tô brincando. Eu quero ver os seus cães, pode ser? Pode.
Another German Shepherd on this walk. We're going to pass it. Let's see. He has leash reactivity. That's why he's with us. We first need to fix the. Oh, two dogs. You guys are going to see this live. Had to give him a lot of corrections. I don't want to do that again. Something didn't feel right about that walk. You've seen my old videos, my other videos. The dogs get it real quick. Dane didn't get it. He was fine on the walk. It was way too much leaving me. I was giving him too many corrections. I don't want to do that. And so I started to think about it, and I was like, what's missing? Okay, what am I missing here? So I went over a checklist in my head, and I'm going to go over it now on this video. The first thing struck me was like relationship. Relationship's actually a little overrated with dogs. In dog training, it's talked about a lot. It's big with killer whales, it's big with lions, it's big with chimpanzees, it's big with elephants. It's not as big with dogs, but people talk about it a lot. But you have a good relationship with your dog. 99.9% of the population has a good relationship with their dog.
Really?
After you have them for a week of rescuing them or from puppies, you already have the relationship. It's talked about way too much. I promise you that. It's not like exotics. It's different. But there was something missing. And so I worked on my relationship over the last 24 hours. There could be other things that are missing. I might just need a corrective collar of some kind. Okay? I have a gentle leader here. I'm going to bring it. We might use it. I am not going to use a prong like a lot of you suggested in the comments. I'm not going to use a e-collar. Why am I not going to use that? Many years ago, I saw a correlation between leash reactivity and prong and e-collars. The e-collars have come a long way in the last however many years. I know good trainers that use them. I don't use them. I do not use prongs, and I do not use e-collars. I am not willing to possibly have what I've seen so many times, people sit in this office and leash reactivity caused by acute pain, as I call it. Okay? It causes it. I'm not doing it. I'd much rather use a gentle leader as my sort of second line of defense. But I don't go to a gentle leader first because people aren't paying me to train their dog in a gentle leader. People want a normal collar. That's what they want. And I want to give people what they want. For some reason, people don't like gentle leaders. I don't totally understand why. They're the single greatest training tool ever, but you guys don't want to use them. I don't totally get it, to be honest with you. I would use one with my dog if I had the need to, and I'd have no problem with it, but you guys don't seem to want to use them. So that's fine. But there was something wrong on that walk. He just wasn't getting it fast enough. So was it treats? No, it wasn't treats. Wait till you see me give him treats. It doesn't, he gets all crazy. He might not do it because he's lying down now. But his head, he gets all frantic. You don't want to use treats with a dog that gets frantic. Okay? Treats are not the answer. They're rarely the answer on walks. Okay? Relationship and possibly the gentle leader. That's what we're going to do. And maybe he's going to be way better. We're going to see. Okay? We're going to start on a normal collar. We're going to do the leash method. Remember I called him an upfront dog? You guys quoted me a bunch in the comments. He's a mover. He's just, look at his tail. He just cruises. Sit. He uses this nose as like an appendage, like Dobermans do. He's got a long nose and he uses it, and I don't let him do that, but you might see that too. See that? I don't know if the camera angle was there, but he just uses it to like hit, not mean. Sit. If I start giving him the amount of corrections, right, he leaves me, I stop giving him correction, I'm going to the gentle leader right away, and that's what you should do. I'm showing this to you because this is what you should do. Stay. But we're going to see. Maybe he's way better in the last 24 hours since my last walk. Stay. Okay. You've seen it 100 times. I'll never stop doing it. You'll never stop doing it. I don't want to talk to him a bunch. I don't want to give him cues. I want him to just look at me without me talking to him. Sit. Don't say sit a bunch of times. He was doing it slow. I'd rather say sit once, have it done slowly, than 3 times. Okay. Right? Better, not perfect. Do I have my gentle leader? Yes, I do. Okay. Or remember I talked about he was possibly just given cues constantly, which I'm not going to do, but he's possibly just given cues. And so he's all he does is leave and then waits till someone says something to him. Good. I'm going to tell you guys every time it's good. I might give him some treats. Good. Check in right there. Okay? Waiting for me. And this is what he did last time. He would basically stop, but then he would go try to find something else to do. Looking at this fence is not interesting. He's doing this as kind of he doesn't know what to do. He can't sort of calm himself. Just, okay. Okay, it's starting off about the same way it did last time. We are not seeing a lot of improvement in him. Let's give it a little while, and then I'm going into gentle leader, which is exactly what you guys should do. Gentle leaders are unbelievable tools. He's a horse. How do you control a horse? You control their head. It's as simple as that. Okay, I don't start with them for most people because people want a normal collar. Leaving, and we're gonna stop. But let's see if he's better. Okay. He's an up front dog, in front dog, just like I told you guys. Okay. We are going to a gentle leader. I do not want to give this guy the corrections that I did last time on this video. Okay? I don't know if he's been conditioned to one. So you're going to see a live conditioning to the gentle leader if he is not. Oh, I sized it. See that?
Então, e quem? Te
Uses this
interessa?
nose as a appendage.
What's a
Oh, he has not been conditioned to it. Classical conditioning, we want to associate the gentle leader with treats. Now there's not that neck pop.
Cagando
The only thing a dog can't do on a gentle leader is do that, because they can get it off. Good boy. I am doing this out of necessity. I am doing this because I did a 15-minute video yesterday, and the dog, by the end of the video, which you have never seen on one of my videos of leash walking, at the end of 15 minutes, the dog was about as bad as the first. So I tried to fix the relationship thing, spent more time with him. We are now on the walk. He is about doing the same as he did in the video.
Cagando as patas. Sério, isto não foi o comentário mais insightful do mundo.
Which was not the video yesterday, which was not great. So we need something else. Right? If you do my method, you do it well, and it doesn't fix it, you need something else. This is the something else. I think this is, by the way, same time of day as yesterday. Now look at him. To my side, totally different dog.
Damn.
This is a different dog. A little in front, but there's not the same kind of franticness or manicness. Oh, another German Shepherd on this walk. We're going to pass it. Let's see. He has leash reactivity. That's why he's with us. We first need to fix the... two dogs.
Precisamos de César Milan. Eu estou a ver se aprendo coisas de cães. A ver se melhor os passeios da minha cadela. Caramba, há bocado levei à rua excepcionalmente, tipo, antes da stream. Muito louca. Passada dos carretos.
You guys are
Apanhou droga do chão, ou caralho. Até já.
Live.
Bons tiros.
These dogs might freak out too. We're going to see how this goes. I'm glad we have a gentle leader on him. Don't get them in the video. Leaving me, and he gets a correction. On the leave, I'm going to create a little bit of distance. Can't fight the gentle leader. Good boy. Good boy.
Mm-hmm.
He was fighting the gentle leader as he was passing the dogs. That's fine. That's fine. Passed two dogs. He left me once. I gave him a little correction. The corrections mean something on a gentle leader. They move the dog. They move the dog's head. They control the dog's head. All a dog doesn't want is for when they pull or they lunge, all they don't want in life is their head to turn. They'll take anything here. They'll take the prong, they'll take the collar, the choke chain, the harness, the back harness. They'll take it all. They don't care as long as they can look wherever they want to look. But on this, their whole head turns. It's the best. Gentle leader people should be paying me. They don't, but they should. Okay, so
Makes sense.
he's better. You remember the video? Posted it 2 days ago, I think. You remember the video? On this stretch, the dog was like, leaving me, I was stopping. Leaving me, I was stopping. I don't care that he's frustrated by this. Make sure you're getting him, Dustin. I don't care that he's frustrated by this. That's fine. He doesn't get to do whatever he wants in life and go wherever he wants anymore. He's frustrated by it because he can't do whatever he wants anymore. Look at it. This is a different dog. Go back and watch that video. This
That
gentle
is
leader
true.
was
I
the
watched the
Mystic Lady.
video.
Now, how do you guys always ask how you get off the gentle leader. You ready? It's a different dog. Is he still leaving me? Yes, but it's different. There's just something different about him. By the way, right there, I started to walk. He was right there. I walked into him. I'm going, okay? You got to watch me. You got to train your dog to watch you, okay? Come holding this leash. All right, ready? How you get off the gentle leader? You use it. Beginning of the walk's usually the toughest. You use it, then sometime into your walk, you take this thing off. You don't take the gentle leader off. You keep the stimulus of the gentle leader on and you put it on the collar. So he's still feeling that you're fading out the gentle leader. Then, a little bit more into your walk, you pop this gentle leader off. Oh!
Foi-se logo
You want
embora.
to see a difference? Did you see that?
Fugiu logo. Que cena.
That was crazy. The minute this thing came off, he was just like,
Tchau.
I'm free to go. So I did this for about
See ya.
5 minutes. I even can use this. That was nuts. Okay, we're putting it back on, right? I don't want to give him the amount of corrections that I gave him the other day. That's no fun. I don't want to do that. So we're going to use this. Oh, he doesn't like it. Him not liking it is kind of the point in a way, right? They don't like it. It's okay. Don't have to like everything in life. I know you're a good boy.
Yikes.
Okay.
Nunca vi ninguém usar
Oh,
esta.
that's my good boy. That's my good boy. Now he's a different dog. I'm not sure we could have done this in a reasonable period. Here's another dog. In a reasonable period of
Nunca vi
time
ninguém.
without this gentle leader. Based on that video the other day, you guys all saw, and it has tons of views. I can usually leash reactivity, loose leash walking for sure. I can like fix it, me, right, not you, can fix it in like 5 minutes.
Me, not.
Leaving the house, doing the stops, doing the turns. This guy was 15 minutes later, he was still almost as bad as he was when I left the house. Now we have a different dog, still leaving me, but there's something different. This was the missing link. I was looking for it. I never put it on him. You could tell by the way he fought it when I put it on him. This was all live. Oh, 2 dogs, again. This is good. Okay. Maybe I'll take it off to work him leash reactivity wise without it, because I bet you guys want that. I bet you guys are like, Joel, I want to see him at his worst. I don't want to, but it's good to work him. He needs both, right? He needs the gentle leader and he needs leash. He needs normal stuff. It's way easier for me, for the owners on this. It's way easier for him on this, but we're going to see how this goes. He's leaving me. He's looking at dogs. See, he does that move. When he doesn't do that on a gentle leader, he does this thing where I stop and then he always comes in front of me. Looking at the dogs, checked in with me. Make sure you're getting him. Looking at the dogs, checked in with me. He's checking in with me because of these stops. Looking at the dogs. Now, I'm going to keep going as long as he's not freaking out. We are going to keep doing the walk. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was good. Dog barked. Total leave. Without the gentle leader, this guy's a bull. He's just simply a bull, and he knows it. And he knows he can move anybody. He doesn't care. He does not care. He's a bull, and he can take these corrections, and he doesn't care. So this is the tool, okay? You want the there are some times where things are
Eu nunca vi esta
must.
trela ser usada, cara.
This dog walking, this thing is a must. Okay.
Ele detesta a trela,
So
mas anda
you
direitinho.
do this. I showed you how to fade out the gentle leader. You also do the exact same method. The method is the exact same. The dogs are just better, and you need to do less. And you can hold. By the way, aggressive
Já agora, mas ele explicou porque é que funciona melhor. Na minha cabeça faz sentido.
dogs. You know why gentle leaders are so good for aggressive dogs? Because you can relax. Because if they lunge, now I'm not talking leash reactivity. I'm talking like you want it to actually meet a dog. If they lunge, all you have to do is do this, and their head turns away. Where the teeth are, turns away. So you have more confidence to let them meet dogs or get close to dogs, because you're not, when they lunge, they're not getting to the dog, they're not pulling your arms. You have the power to just pull them away and their whole head turns. Where the teeth are, turns away. So that's the video. I was hoping that we would fix the problem. I was hoping that we would not have the same walk we did yesterday. We didn't. This is a different walk now. I hope you can sense it through the camera. You can't always sense things through the camera, but I think you can. I think you can see the difference. That's the video. That's it.
Depois ele matou o cameraman. Olha, este pessoal também está com um gentle leader. What? Gosto desta thumbnail. Não sei, é funny. Quem mais é que não?
A gentle leader is a tool
Que outro bicho é que também não gostou do gentle leader? Espera aí, isto é melhor voltar aos...
that we use often around here, mostly for
Estes gajos usam muito.
our busier dogs who are a little younger and need a little help getting some success early. It can be a very powerful tool to help your dogs in those early stages. But there are also times when a gentle leader can help a little bit older dog who maybe has some great skills but struggles to listen in different environments. Okay? Now, my young dog Final back here, you've seen him in lots of different videos, and he has some fantastic skills, but there are still times in his life where he struggles to listen, whether it be waiting for his turn watching agility or when some of the other dogs are running. Now, one of the biggest remarks that we get from students who have older dogs when we suggest using a gentle leader, the first thing they say is that they tried it and the dog didn't like it. Okay? It's important
They
that
never
we make
like
adjustment
it.
and we help our dogs get accustomed to the gentle leader before we leave it on them. There's a number of things that you can do.
Oh
So,
shit.
because Final struggles in certain situations,
Gostas de ver coisas com cães? Anyway.
I'm going to take some time to show you how I work through putting a gentle leader on an older dog. I know when I put it on him, he's not going to like it, much like our students' dogs. but I'm going to show you some of the little tips and tricks that I do
Tips
to
and
get
tricks.
dogs comfortable in wearing the Gentle Leader. I'm Steve. This is Final. This is Final's new Gentle Leader. Welcome back to McCann Dogs.
This is final.
Now, before I head inside and start training Final on how to be comfortable wearing the Gentle Leader, here are a few quick tips that can help.
Estás a ver este editing? O volume. Não é? O volume e o microfone são totalmente diferentes e nota-se demasiado. Mas aí, não é a skill deles. A skill deles é treinar quem?
Help you get a little bit more success in getting your dog comfortable with it. Feed your dog their meals wearing their Gentle Leader, breakfast or dinner. Play tug and fetch with your dog wearing that Gentle Leader. Use those toys that they love most. Or simply sit and pet them nice and calmly, give them that lovely massage that they like while they're wearing that Gentle Leader.
So step one with this is getting him comfortable with just the nose loop on. And I want to do it in little bits, of course, that can be successful. I've got some great cheese here, which he loves. I've got my Gentle Leader ready to go. And all I'm going to do is build a positive association with him feeling the nose loop on, getting that yes and reward when he's calm with it on his nose. Now, a couple of ways to do this is I'm not going to try and fight and put this on him. I'm going to make it easy. I'm actually going to take my treats, put that treat hand through the nose loop.
Só
Turn
truque.
this way, buddy, so you can see. Come on over here, man. Come on, move your butt. Now I can slide that nose loop on.
Isto é só truques. Preciso de férias? Tira férias. E tira férias. Vais tirar férias para onde?
Yes, and then he gets the treats. Good boy. Yes, and then I can slip it off and try it again. And this is going to start building that positive association with that feeling of the nose loop on his nose. Yes, good boy. Yes, excellent job. I'll slide it off again. Sit, bud.
Boa cena.
And I'm going to try this over and over and over. What I want him to start to know is that this nose loop means good things are going to happen. So you'll notice this time his nose is now coming forward to the nose loop looking for those treats. So my hand can be out of the nose loop now. His nose goes right through that nose loop. Yes, and reward, pull it off again. Now part of this is me also figuring out the size of the nose loop. I've noticed a couple times that I put it on that's a little bit big, so I'm just going to make it a little smaller, and we'll try it a couple more times again. So a little food on his nose. Yes, good boy. Excellent job. That's a much better fit. Pull it back off again. That's pretty much step one.
So I've spent a little time getting Final used to the idea of having the nose loop of the Gentle Leader on his little face. I've rewarded him for doing it, and he's getting okay with it. But I haven't really put it on him. I haven't done anything with it, because I'm going to do that right now. And what I want to show you is how I'm going to work through getting him
Por que as
comfortable.
sapatilhas dele são laranjas? Weird.
With it. When I first put it on him, he may paw at it. He may try to struggle a little bit. He may try to resist it a little bit. And oftentimes that can be a little bit worrying for some of our owners in terms of what do they do. Well, I'm going to work through it, and you can see.
Ok, isto é muito estranho. A cadela meteu-se no puff. Nunca ninguém usou puff. Por que ela está no puff? Ela hoje está muito estranha. Desde que eu a levei à rua à noite, que eu nunca levo também. Muito raro, tipo, nunca aconteceu. Tens de pensar em ti. Fazes.
See how I do it right now with
Deitou-se no
him. I have a
puff.
couple of things that are going to help make this process a little bit
E estava
easier. I've got some
excitada.
great rewards
Estava excitada, estava tipo. Muito nervosa.
that I'm going to help to build that positive association with the gentle leader. And I've also got my toy, and Final loves to tug, he loves to play. And I'm going to use both of those things to help him realize that the gentle leader still means all the good things can happen.
Now, it's pretty obvious that a lot of the times when I'm talking to you and demonstrating things, I'm doing it in a fairly quiet environment. Final. Good boy, sit. And there's reason for that. Our job is to help our dogs to be successful. And if I put my dog in a situation where things are too crazy and my dog is too distracted, they're not learning. They're simply overfaced in that particular moment.
So I've got my treats ready to go. Final is here
Eu
with me.
sinto-me como estes cães. Se tiver muito stress, eu não consigo fazer nada. Não consigo fazer nada. Como é que eu estou? Estou normal, acho eu. Estou vivo. Minha amiga que veio cá mandou outra mensagem a dizer assim: gostei muito de ter ido aí. Primeiro. E depois, passado um bocado, disse assim: estou preso na vida, estou em loop, não consigo fazer nada. Foi, quem é que teria dito? Rita? Quais são as possibilidades? Carneiro, touro e gêmeos e caranguejo. Estava as previsões dos signos para 2023. IOL.pt. Se calhar. Não, se calhar a Bita quer. Vou abrir este
I've
artigo.
got my gentle leader ready. First things first, I'm
O
going
que é
to
que achas? Uma noite inteira de cães e signos. Astrologia.
put a little food through the loop often and sit through the nose loop.
Estranho. Ela foi mesmo deitar-se para o puff e está mesmo a dormir. Depois sem croissantzinho e adormeceu. Não percebo.
There, and I'm going to give him that treat and slide it on his
Eu sei do que preciso. Do quê?
nose. And then this head collar is going to come around behind. And I'm just going to snug
Que
that up on him
precisas?
for a second and make sure that head collar fits a little tighter. Good boy. Excellent job. And then I'm going to transition my leash from the nose or from his collar to the nose loop. And you can see right now, he's already starting to say, hey, wait a second. I'm not super fond of this. I'm just going to get my leash organized here. He's messing with it a little bit. So I'm just going to lift up here a little bit and then put some slack back in. Good boy. Excellent. Yes. So, oops, so we're going to leave it.
Yeah, isto deve ser muito complicado de usar esta trela.
So he's pawing at it a little bit, so I'm going to help him
Esta trela parece muito complicada de manusear. Tipo a relação do cão com ela, tu com a trela, tu com o cão. Estás a ver?
a little bit. Leave that bud. Go ahead, leave that bud. I know. So this is something that's pretty common with a lot of dogs. He says, I have lost control.
Yeah.
Good boy. Leave that, please. And now I need to sort of wrestle with this thing. So I'm just going to guide him to the ground, and I'm going to
Dorsal. Assim,
calmly
para andar no
help
carro.
him understand that no pressure. Good. Leave that alone. Good. Leave that, bud. Good. And this is a pretty typical
Tenho a
thing.
certeza que a Zélia ia reagir assim ou pior.
Now, he did something pretty smart there. And I don't know if you see this. He actually managed to get the nose loop off. So no big
E a
deal.
Zélia conseguiria tirar conseguia fazer isto. 100% sure que ela conseguia tirar.
I'm going to reset myself. We're going to put it back on again. So I'm going to take this nose loop off, take the gentle leader off. I'm going to put this back up on his nose. Good boy, bud. And then I'm going to change things a little bit. I'm going to make it a little bit easier for him to be right. Before I do anything now, I'm going to get it a little food. And I'm going to help him understand, yes, good boy, that good things can still happen with this gentle leader on. So I've got some cheese here. Yes, good boy. Excellent boy. Good. Yes, good boy. Good. Excellent. Yes. Good boy. Good. And as long as he sits calmly, I'm going to reward him. Yes. Good boy. Excellent work. You'll notice anytime I reward him, this leash hangs straight up and down. There's no tension on that gentle leader. So he's going to learn pretty quickly that no tension means good things. And now I'm going to help him a little bit. I'm going to move him just a little bit. Let's go. Good boy. Let's go. Yes. Good boy. We're going to move quickly. We're going to reward often. Let's go.
What is this music?
Good boy. So I'm getting him moving. I'm getting him focused on something else. Good boy. Now he's going to paw at it.
Aye.
Okay. So I'm just going to lift up a little bit. I'm going to place him in a sit and then put some slack back in. Yes. Good boy. Excellent job. So I interrupted him as quickly as I could, letting him know that he shouldn't play with it. First thing first, I'm not mad at him. I'm not telling him that he's a bad dog for doing something, but I am preventing the
Bad dog.
behavior
Como é que reagiria se alguém dissesse bad pita e puxava?
from continuing. He is really starting to understand, okay, don't paw at the thing, but good things happen when you simply go with it. Good, let's go. Good, let's go. Yes, good, let's go. Yes, good boy. Excellent, let's go. Eat that. Good, let's go. Yes, good, let's go. Good boy. Excellent job. Good boy. Ready? Get that thing. Good, let's go. So now I'm giving him something else to focus on, which is just moving with me. And I'm going to reward him often for moving with me. Good boy. Let's go, bud. And the more he moves and realizes that good things happen, the more he settles into the gentle leader. Now, where they will tend to struggle with it a little bit more is simply when we're sitting, because he's going to start to realize now that it is on his nose and it's kind of bugging him. Good boy. I'm going to make sure that he gets lots of praise. Leave that.
Eu acho que ninguém usa esta trela.
Good
Mas a
boy.
vantagem da trela parece-me ser tão boa, porque tipo. Yeah. Tem a ver com a atenção dos bichos.
Boy, when he's sitting calmly and not messing with the gentle leader. Excellent boy. Good job. Very nice. Yes. Good boy. Now, one of the nice things about a gentle leader is it gives my dog full range of motion of their mouth. So the other thing I can actually do to help him be more comfortable with it is I can take out my toy, okay, get it, and I can let him tug and play and have some fun. He can open his mouth. He can do all those things.
Caramba, este bicho é muito agressivo. Foda-se. Isto. Isto. Ele sacou do brinquedo e o bicho foi logo. Kill the brinquedo. Kill it right now.
And the more he associates being able to do that with my toy, the more he will settle into it. Good boy. Out. Good out. Yes. Good
Eu não
boy.
percebo essa pergunta, Vita.
So I'm interspersing some calm behavior on the gentle leader with some more exciting behavior. Okay, get it. Good boy. Tug, 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 tug. Yes, good boy. Good job. Excellent work. Good. Out. Good out. Good boy. Sit. Yes, good sit. Excellent work. So you can see a couple of times there, he was, okay, good job. Leave that. So again, in that particular moment, leave it. Good, leave that. Good.
Não.
He's
Não, nunca ouvi falar dessa expressão.
working through his head right now whether or not he should fuss with this. Yes, good boy. I'm interrupting every time. Now the big thing is when I interrupt, I am making sure that I put slack back in this leash. This is the most important part for him to figure out, is that good things happen when there's no
O nome do vídeo é o nome da trela. Vou começar a dizer, eu nunca ouvi falar.
tension at all. Good boy. Excellent work. And the sitting is the hardest part because without motion, they're focused on the gentle leader. Yes, good boy. Good job. Excellent work. Just a little bit more walking for today, and then that's all I'm going to do with them today on this particular thing. So I'm going to get out some more food again. Hey, bud. Are you ready? Are you set? I got some
Está mais atenta? O homem passou o vídeo todo a falar sobre a trela.
treats here. Good job. Okay. Yes, good. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, good boy. Good, let's go. So anytime he moves, he gets lots of rewards for moving with me on a nice loose leash, wearing his shiny new gentle leader. And for a first time,
Sabes que há trelas dessas? Eu sei? Estás-me a dizer que eu sei? Eu não sei. Como é que sabes
that
que
actually
eu
went pretty
sei?
well. Okay, again, he had a couple of issues with it, but it's important that you understand that your dog needs to be accepting of it, and we're going to help them to accept it. Okay, we're not going to let them rehearse that kind of thing.
1 week later.
So it's a week later now, guys. I've spent the last week doing all sorts of fun things with Final while wearing his Gentle Leader. And you'll remember last week when I put it on him in the hall, he wasn't really fond of it. He really didn't like it. My job is to help him through it. So I'm going to do some work with him now. I'm going to do a little response to name. I'm going to do a little
Ainda me vão, se eu usasse isto, ainda me espancavam na rua.
walking. I might even pull out my toy and have a little tug and play. And he's going to work through it. Now, he may paw it a little bit. And I'm just going to work him through that. I'm going to encourage him to leave it, but then I'm going to keep on moving. The idea is much more comfortable with it now, and we can have much greater success. Okay, buddy. Ready? Final. Yes, good boy. Excellent. What a good puppy dog. Good. Good job. Good. This way. Ready? You set? Leave that. Ha, I'm over here. Good boy. Get in. Let's go. Good. Let's go. Yes, good boy. What a good puppy dog. Hooray. Good boy.
Com outro cão notou-se logo, meu. Foi incrível. Não até se vê mais cenas de cães. Vamos ver. Vamos ver o Ant a ser hackeado. O que é este? O Ant foi hackeado? Ai ai. Ora hoje pessoal, aqui fala o Andertuga com olho notícia. Não até se vê mais cenas de quem. Vamos poder pôr isto para o Watch Later. Onde é que está o Watch? Onde é que está o Watch? Watch. Já não sei se sou heterossexual. Ok. Fair enough. Isso foi tão do nada que eu não consegui não me rir. Olha, 2022 games I should have played. Bora lá.
Well, it's that time of year once again, by which I mean, the end of the year. It's time for kicking back, relaxing, celebrating of video games. To begin with,
Ora bem, se ele falar do Cult of the Lamb, eu gostava muito de jogar o Cult of the Lamb. É um jogo fofinho, um roguelite.
Ring reminded us all why we fear ladies with swords, then Vampire Survivors briefly supplanted
Vampire Survivors gostava muito. Tenho medo de não comer, nem dormir. Por causa do vício.
heroin as the most addictive thing on planet Earth.
Vês?
Later on, even
Vês
our
que ele
old
disse? The most addicting thing on planet Earth. Não é? Tipo... I'm scared. I'm so scared of that game.
friends at Blizzard Entertainment contributed to making this an interesting year in video games by seeing just how far they could stretch the definition of the word sequel. Unfortunately, with all this stuff going on, there have been
Também me falta o Sifu.
a bunch of fantastic games released in 2022 that have been
Este não quero
overshadowed,
saber.
overtaken, or just plain overlooked. And that's why I've taken it upon myself to make my obligatory end of the year roundup not about the best games of the year, or even my favourite ones, but about
Aquilo foi uma Video Games Donkey reference? Isto foi uma...
taken or just plain overlooked. And that's why I've taken it upon myself
Olha.
to make my obligatory end of the year roundup not about the best
Quando ele diz Best Games of the Year, ele mete o Super Mario Brothers 2, baby! Was that a motherfucking... Peraí. 053. Como é que se faz? É assim? That a motherfucking... Vou meter. Mas como é que se faz? É automático, não é? Por que é que eu sou o 1600? What? Foi mesmo... Isto é uma Donkey reference.
games
Let's
of the
go.
year, or even my favourite ones, but about
I love
20
him.
games released in the
I love him
last
so
12
much.
months that you should have played, but that you might have missed out on. That means that I'll be focusing mostly on smaller, weirder
What
indie
is this
games
game?
and not massive blockbusters
Aquele
that
com, o que é aquilo? Parece um DS game. Parece fofinho. Eu gostaria de jogar aquilo.
have already sold millions of copies, because you've probably already played them and that would kind of defeat the point of the video, right? Also, to help you out, I'll put a little graphic in the corner of the screen right there to tell you the best price for each game during the obligatory holiday sales and whether they're on any sort of Game Pass service. Okay, sound good? Well, let's start things off on a high note with Trombone Champ, which to the untrained eye might appear to be a mere rhythm game, a toy
O Toga já jogou, por isso não preciso jogar.
for you to pretend to play trombone.
Passa à frente, passa à frente. Não
It's
quero
all
saber.
part of trombone
Posso passar à frente, não posso?
baboon themed title you and gives you an insane degree of customization, asking
don't
you not
tactical
just to
game.
manage individual hero characters, but entire armies. Each army in the battlefield is comprised of
Yeah,
multiple
yeah.
units, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, and each one dying for good if they get killed. This opens up a
Olha, foi
bunch of
mesmo-
strategic depth and some brilliantly tense moments. Couple that with a monster of a campaign and a bunch of really well-designed maps, Symphony of War has a little strategic something for everyone, from tactical geniuses
Symphony of War. Isto tem nomes dos jogos? Ei, devia ter.
to dum-dums like me who just like to fill a scorp with dragons and see what happens. Next up
I like the
is
sprite work. It's like 16-bit.
Tunic, which is in many ways
Ei, o Tunic é outro que eu me esqueci de Fuck.
more than meets the eye. Now, I don't want to spoil too much, because solving mysteries is all part of the fun of this game, but I will tell you that it's a little bit more than the cutesy Legend of Zelda ripoff that it appears to be. Basically, Tunic's central gimmick
Yeah,
is
it's
you
really
collect the
cool.
pages of the game's own instruction manual as you play, but it's not written in English.
Passa à
Also,
frente. Que é cool, é cool.
cinema and look at Immortality, which is by far the most pretentious game on the list, and
Immortality? Pretentious? Beat the game.
it's all the better for it. Immortality gives you a massive collection of clips from the unreleased filmography of the little-known actress Marissa Marcel, and tasks you with exploring her life
Conheço algumas, são todas batshit insane. Porquê? A Maria. A Maria está sempre a falar-me de uma que é o típico. É aquilo. Estás à espera que a pessoa seja completamente insane e ela é exatamente o insane que estás à espera. Essa pessoa que a Maria conhece. Everybody's insane. Nobody can live in the real world. They all suck. Keep going.
career, and relationships in more or less any way you wish. And the way the game does this is great. You can select anything on the screen at any time, and the game will zip to another clip where that thing also appears, letting you dive down this
Holy
endless rabbit
shit.
hole of 3 expertly recreated and time period appropriate pieces of film. There is so
Tu
much
jogavas isto? Eu acho que não conseguia. Eu acho que não
to
tinha
discover
cérebro.
in Immortality, and as a result, I really recommend just kind of taking your time with the game and not focusing too much on seeing everything as fast as possible. In fact, don't be afraid to watch some of the clips more than once. You'll be amazed at how different they look with a small change in perspective. Trust me. Back
What
in
do you
video
mean?
game land, a weirdly prevalent theme from games this year was alchemy, but one potion brewing game stands above the rest, and that is Potionomics, a genius fusion
O
of
Keyframe gosta muito deste jogo. E este jogo está a aparecer nas listas de toda a gente. Como jogos fixos. Tipo, em termos de retrospectiva de 2022.
economics game, deck builder, and visual novel, with a great sense of humor and cracking animation. You spend most of your time brewing potions using a surprisingly
oui.
in-depth crafting system before taking your tailor-made
Chama-me
deck
António.
haggling cards to the shop floor in order to bluff, persuade, and manipulate your customers into paying top dollar for your creations. It's an amazingly satisfying gameplay loop that sees you gradually building up a supply of ingredients, equipment, and adventurer pals that all feed into each other in this great self-sustaining
Come on,
loop. If you're
drowsiness.
going into battle and need the strongest potions, well then you can't go too far wrong.
Sim, os gostos do Keyframe são fixos. Eu não gosto de dizer bom gosto e mau gosto. Vou ser honesto. É tudo. Depende da nossa perspectiva.
With Potionomics. Following that is Power Wash Simulator, a
Whoa.
game that may or may not be the single most satisfying video game that I've ever played. All it involves is you being given a virtual power washer as well as a virtual
Let's fucking
building your
go.
vehicle caked in grime. After that, the game just sort of leaves you to do what comes naturally. Power Wash Sim is almost zen in how you can completely lose yourself
É assim. Eu posso detestar uma pessoa completamente, mas, no entanto, gostar de todos os gostos que ela gosta. Todos, sem exceção.
to the simple, blissful rhythm of blasting surfaces clean until suddenly you wake up from your trance and an hour
Por
has
exemplo, o Hitler. Era grande artista, não é?
gone by, and you've completely cleaned an entire skate park, house, or truck, and even some slightly more adventurous locations that took me completely
Mart?
by surprise. Power Wash Sim, despite a, quite dry premise has more than enough charm and satisfying gameplay to keep you going through tens of hours of gameplay, and it's even got multiplayer. After that, I need to ask you something. Do you like meat? Do you like meat that's alive? Do you like meat that's alive and hates you? Well,
Jesus.
even if you don't, then Golden Light, the most viscerally upsetting game I've played this year, might be for you. It's a game that actively resists the idea of explaining what the hell is going on, and instead you've got to decipher basic gameplay mechanics all by yourself in between
What a crazy game.
figuring out the story and how not to get eaten by meat mimics coming to devour your face. The game is a brain-rotting fever dream, but under all that is a genuinely pretty interesting roguelike with some great systemic mechanics and enemy design. Plus, you can eat basically every weapon, and honestly that's just something more games should do. Golden Light is great if you love paranoia and confusion, which of course everyone should.
If you like paranoia.
On the subject of meat, have
Wait,
you
who likes paranoia confusion?
ever wondered how fish is made? I certainly have, and after playing this incredibly well-researched documentary video game, I've got to tell you that I've got more questions than answers. For one, I wasn't expecting fish to go through quite so much of a meditation on choice and free will, all through the perspective of a can-bound sardine wondering whether they should go up or down at the end of their journey. But the fun of the game is in talking to the characters, finding out whether to obey or rebel against your destiny, and wondering if your choice matters at all. There's even a musical number and some great jokes hidden within the existential terror at the futility of existence. How Fish is Made is like 15 minutes long and is free, so really you've got no excuse not
15 minutes long.
to play it and choose for yourself.
I love that
Do
it's
it.
free.
If you're looking for something a bit more fun, I can't recommend Roller Drone
Ah, eu quero jogar Roller Drum também.
any
Fuck!
more highly.
So many games! Já reparaste? Tantos jogos. Eu tinha dito que no ano passado não tinha tido jogos nenhuns, e é porque eu não os joguei. Não joguei nenhum jogo. Mas estão aqui todos.
It's easily one of my biggest surprises of the year. The game takes rollerblading and turns it into a fast-paced, gun-slinging combat sport all about racking up massive combos and pulling off cool tricks, all while avoiding hails of gunfire. Even without the blasting, Rollerdrome is a genuinely compelling score attack game, and the addition of guns really just brings it to the next level. Of course, Rollerdrome's dynamite premise was
Perfect
more than enough to
dodge.
suck me in, but what kept me playing all the way to the end is just how deep the combat is, expertly blending stringing tricks together with a sort of nuanced and smooth style that will make present-day Platinum games extremely jealous.
What
And
a
if that's
game.
not a recommendation, I don't know what is. At the halfway mark, we've got Hard Space Shipbreaker, which is the game that sees you risking your life dismantling
Looks cool, but I don't want to play.
physics-based spaceships under immense time pressure. It's a concept that should be incredibly stressful, but it's actually weirdly therapeutic, in spite of the fact that you often suffocate
Therapeutic? Bita, tens que já este jogo.
in the void of space or get blown up by unstable reactors. Hard Space Shipbreaker's systemic mechanics like pressure, electricity, and fire combine with the semi-predictable layout of each ship to create a really rewarding mix of practice and improvisation as each ship poses new challenges and new ways to narrowly avoid death to squeeze out cool efficiencies, whilst also teaching you important lessons that you can use to build up a real familiarity with each model of ship. For example, maybe don't use a laser cutter on an active fuel line. That's one us expert shipbreakers know. You've got to be pretty good at the game to figure that one out, but I'm giving it to you for free. You're welcome. What's the most interesting time and place in all of human history? Romance of the Three Kingdoms era China? Rome at the height of the Empire's power? Victorian England? All wrong. The correct answer is 16th century Bavaria, which just so happens to be the setting of Pentiment. Pentiment is a game that sees you playing as an artist, living and working within the confines
Bita game alert.
of the town of Tassig and its local abbey, both of which are beset by mysteries, scandal, and the stresses of a modernizing world. Everything in Pentiment, from its faithfully recreated meals, to its lovingly realized woodwork manuscript style, to its many characters, are treated with such care and reverence for real-life history that it's impossible not to get sucked into the setting and the decade-spanning mystery that lies within. If you're in the mood for some historical drama and sleuthing, then please do check out Pentiment. Okay, so Hyperbolica is hands down the single greatest game I've ever played. I would sooner die than play anything else. And, oh, wait, sorry, wrong Hyperbolic. What Hyperbolica is actually about is hyperbolic geometry, a complicated branch of mathematics which is very confusing, very disorienting, and as it turns out, a great setting for a puzzle game.
Superman
In
64.
Hyperbolica, even simple puzzles like navigating a maze or zooming around a restaurant take on an additional dimension within hyperbolic space, as you have to unlearn and then relearn all of your assumptions about how the world works. This game is not for everyone, particularly if you suffer from motion sickness, but for people who want to learn about spatial geometry, do some cool puzzles, and interact with some suspiciously familiar robots, then Hyperbolica is a damn fine time. Following on from that, in the same vein, we have The Looker, a game that's a deliberate spoof of the Witness-style puzzle games, and it achieves this by being a good and very funny little title in its own right. Seriously, The Looker, despite being a comedy game, has some genuinely creative twists on its puzzling format, and you will kick yourself several times for not spotting all the clever ways the game manipulates its simple but flexible line drawing mechanics. The Looker is free and like an hour long, so really there's no reason not to play it all the way through. Trust me, there is a joke in the game which got me to
It's free.
laugh the hardest I've laughed all year, and I don't want to spoil it, but you'll know exactly what I mean when you play the game and realise what a juvenile sense of humour I have. And the next game is Foxhole, and geez, where do I even start with this one? Foxhole might be the most accurate video game simulation of war ever, and I don't mean that it's an ultra-realistic FPS. No, instead, Foxhole forces members of each of the two warring factions to man their own supply lines, build their own weapons and vehicles, and conduct their own logistics across a massive persistent battlefield. The game is all about mass-scale strategy, with you participating in days-long campaigns as you fight and die to secure new territory or defend your holdings. Foxhole is a brutal, merciless meat grinder of a game, but it's also the foundation upon which some truly great military adventures can be built. Plus, the community is super friendly, so if any of what
Isto para mim seria muito estressante. A guerra. A little bit too real? I don't know, man.
said strikes a chord, jump on in, I'm sure they'll be happy to have a few more recruits. For another
Acho que
overly
aquilo que torna o jogo bom era aquilo que me fazia estressado.
literal game title, I'm convinced that the premise of Control-Alt-Ego was born when someone decided to take the name of the control button on the keyboard a little bit too literally. Let me explain. You take the role of a disembodied consciousness floating around a space station with the ability to jump inside of and control just about anything, from robots to doors to cameras, and you can use this ability to tackle a whole bunch of immersive sim-style problems in a
Okay.
bunch of incredibly creative ways. The game's tools allow you to teleport, fly around, and respawn whenever you want, as well as a bunch of other stuff, but somehow every potential solution that I found, even the ones I thought were bugs, were accounted for in advance by the developers. The game is that flexible. And if you needed any more convincing that the game is a real passion project, all the achievement icons are pictures of the developer's cat, which is just great. I think the game's a real sleeper
Hey, looks interesting.
hit.
What do you guys think?
Please do pick it up. For a different pace of shooter, there's Signalis, which, I'll be honest, I can pitch to you in 3 words.
Eu pus isto nos como é que se diz? Na wishlist este.
And if that description takes your fancy, then just pick the game up right now. Blade Runner meets Lovecraft. Yep, that's what the game's all about. And honestly, befitting that description, Signalis has some absolutely
That's
incredible
crazy.
atmosphere and world design, putting you in a creepy, destroyed space outpost fallen to crazy corruption and reality warping weirdness that makes you question fundamental aspects of your perception. Beyond that, Signalis eclipses its Resident Evil inspired roots with some of the best puzzles in the biz. There's so many really creative little mechanics that all fit effortlessly into the
Sexual fluidity. Arranja.
weird, anachronistic,
Havia artigos na Wikipedia.
analog setting of the game, really helping to break up the tense skulking around excellently. It might not be the scariest horror game of the year, but Signalis is absolutely the most stylish. Give it a play and find out for yourself. For
Até já.
something a bit lighter, might I recommend Not for Broadcast? And I'll be upfront here and say that Not for Broadcast is a game with a very specific sense of humour, and that's ridiculous camp British telly. So it might not be for everyone,
What am I
but
watching?
it's definitely for me. Basically, you get put in charge of a TV channel for a country which is not England, and have to make sure to cut to the right cameras, censor naughty words, and play the right adverts. But in this position, you also get to sway public opinion by, say, showing that this police officer is a hypocritical fan of gimps, or choosing to advertise people a tunnel-based form of transport with the acronym MOVES. Yep, that's the level
Yo,
of comedy
tunnel based. Eu estou a usar isto no Satisfactory.
we're looking at here, and it is
Tunnel-based,
glorious. Not for Broadcast has a
transportation.
genuinely insane amount of footage in it, and everyone involved, especially the guy playing Jeremy Donaldson, looks like they had the absolute time of their lives making it. Please do check the game out. And
Looks fun.
there we have it. 17 games that you should have played from this year. Hang on a sec, didn't I say there were going to be 20? Alright, yeah, okay, you caught me. I lied a little bit. These final 3 games are special because they're my top 3 games you should have played from this year. Which means that if you're only going to play one game that I've mentioned in this video, it probably ought to be one of these ones. Okay? But
Alright.
before that, I think, in the spirit of retrospectives, that we should take a look back at a beloved titan of the video gaming industry that, sadly, isn't able to be with us today. I hope you'll all join me in pressing F to pay respects to the universally liked, wildly popular Google Stadia. Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry to say that so many good games, all those good ideas and sensible business practices that we really associate with the Stadia brand, they were all taken from us far too soon. It's up
Passa à frente.
the video game I've ever played to successfully capture the cinematic
Is this
fun
Minecraft?
of a heist, and it does this with an incredibly cool simulated world bursting with cool voxely things for you to collapse, blow up, or otherwise destroy. Each of the game's various heists will have a simple objective, from stealing some paintings, to crashing some cars, to demolishing a building. But they'll also always give you an incredibly short time limit that activates the moment you actually start the heist. So what happens is that in order to get all your objectives done, you need to carefully plan and construct your ideal route through the level in order to
Hey,
execute
that's a good idea.
a flawless attempt. I think the best thing about Teardown is how it really rewards thinking outside the box. Sure, you could just run between objectives or drive a car to where you need to go and get some of the way there, but it's much more effective for you to blast holes through walls, take sneaky shortcuts by chaining vehicles together, and clambering up buildings using improvised ladders. In fact, certain objectives in the game can't be beaten legitimately, and instead you just need to cheat. Like this personal favourite, where you need to get around a track as fast as you can, but if you're clever and careful, you can rearrange the checkpoints to make your own course and complete it much faster than you could normally. It's absolutely great, and every single level has some sort of really clever systemic solution just waiting to be discovered. Teardown also has an absolute boatload of mods like this insanely awesome AI dinosaur. I mean, just
Eu comprava este jogo se tivesse um filho. Comprava um jogo ao meu filho se tivesse. Vocês perceberam?
look at this shit. Come on, what's not to like? At second place is the brilliant Neon White, a future classic in the making and a landmark step in innovation for the FPS. The way the game works is that you have to run around each level killing all the demons on the
Se eu
map
conseguisse apontar, eu ia adorar este jogo.
as fast as you can before getting to the end. But you don't have a fixed arsenal. Instead, you pick up guns in the form of cards, each of which can then be discarded to gain a cool platforming effect, like a jump, a ground pound, a grapple, and a bunch of other stuff. The end result is an incredibly intense yet weirdly elegant fusion of FPS and speedrunning platformer, where each and every shot counts, and you've got to exactly time all of your movements to execute shortcuts, take out a bunch of enemies, or pull off crazy maneuvers. And let me tell you, there is no feeling quite like the sublime experience pulling off your first ace medal worthy run through a particularly hard level, using every trick in the book to shave off precious microseconds. You feel like an unstoppable demon-slaying machine, and I absolutely love it. The best
Love it,
thing
Cabrita.
about it, though, is how you can treat it as seriously or as casually as you like. If you just want to progress, then you can shoot for the fairly easy gold medals, but for more advanced players, each medal tier unlocks more and more optional activities, like a
Crazy.
treasure hunt in each level, and a completionist ace medal, which itself unlocks the global leaderboards for you to compete with your fellow
Se eu começasse a tirar catotas do nariz, vocês continuavam a gostar.
speedrunning psychopaths. It's great. Outside the frenzied shooting, there's even a pretty cool story delivered with the cringiest, most 2000s ass anime dialogue of all time, which is, I'm not going to beat around the bush, it's genuinely awful, but in a way that's 100%
Não vou
deliberate
arriscar.
and mostly pretty endearing. And that brings me to my personal #1 recommendation of games that you should have played from this year, and that is Citizen Sleeper, a love letter to classic RPGs, dice, and good old-fashioned sci-fi. You begin Citizen Sleeper as a mass-produced cyborg recently escaped from your corporate masters and seeking to create a new life for yourself. The only problems being that you have no money, no idea where you are, and if you don't regularly consume special medicine made by the corporation that owned you, you die. So, Citizen Sleeper quickly becomes this fight for survival on a strange space station as you have to ration your resources to make money, repair yourself, and eke out some sort of living aboard the Eye. Doing so doesn't involve boring old conversation trees or vanilla combat though. Instead, it relies on smart use of your dice, which are rolled at the start of each day and have to be allocated carefully to make sure you don't starve, organically creating some great tough decisions as you have to split your resources between survival and helping out the characters that mean the most to you. For example, Lem, who's helping to build a massive colony ship in the hopes of securing a better life aboard it for him and his daughter, Feng the engineer who's trying to unravel a conspiracy, or this AI trapped in a vending machine. regardless of which plot thread you choose to follow, you're always going to find a great story about finding or building a new identity for yourself and what it really means to have a sense of autonomy in a world where everything from your body to your remaining time has been commodified. Speaking of which, the game's a tenner, which I think is a pretty good deal. And there we are, 20 games from 2022. Honestly, this was one of the hardest years
Nem sequer acompanhei o que é o último. Deve ser demasiado big brain.
to narrow down to just 20 games, and there are so many titles missing from the list this year that I would have loved to include. Hopefully though, I managed to curate things well, and you've seen at least one title that you think looks interesting enough to be worth picking up and giving a go. I hope you enjoy it. You're welcome. Of course, we're not quite done yet. I've actually got 5 whole additional games you should have played locked away from the public eye. And if you want to know what they are, you're going to need to bring me all 14 Ascension Crystals hidden throughout the world. Alternatively, you could just give me some money on Patreon. Not only will everyone who supports the channel on Patreon get some bonus content in the form of these extra recommendations, they can also get behind the scenes looks at the videos, early access, and even their names in the credits.
Patreon?
If that's the kind of thing that takes your fancy, then, well, go take a look at the link below and potentially join the list of my top tier mysterious benefactors, who are Algabrut, Ali Wright, Asaran, Auna94, Bardic Dragoon, Brennan Spalding, Brian Latariani, Konstantin Amend, Cosmix360, Daniel Medjes, Das Kangaroo, David Setzer, Dirk Jan Karambeld, Digletier, Dotwo, Ekton, Edward Franklin Woods, Eugene Bulkin, Gazkull, ISAW Darno, Iofer93, Jacob Dylan Riddle, Jordan Gear,
Qual é
Justin
o
Dent,
outro?
Lee Berman, Mace Window 54, NWDD, Nate Graff, Patrick Romberg, Peter D. Tomasak, Phoenix Thurikaz, Redadex, Regal Regex, Ray's Dad, Rajigar, Sheldon Hearn, Simon Jacobson, Snakespear, Steve Riley, Strategy
Shut the fuck up.
Every video game
Bem-vindo de volta. Remove him. Eu posso fazer isto enquanto vejo outros vídeos?
sucks. These are the worst games of 2022. Did you know there are still Dark Souls ripoffs coming out? Dolmen has less emotional impact as a game title than someone saying the word pudding. Dolmen tries to go for a sci-fi twist on the genre,
Oh, no,
but not very
Splash.
well. You're still using shields and axes, only they're spacey, but you can also just straight up use a gun against enemies, so it has even more of an identity crisis.
Okay, this
And
game
the
looks
only things they
stupid.
could come up with for enemy designs are bug things.
Bem-vindo de volta. Bem-vindo. Foda-se. Bem-vinda de volta. Desculpa. Estou date misgender. Vou ser cancelado. Já está. Pronto. Também é. Até nunca. Estou a brincar. Vamos continuar.
And some kind of dude, I guess. I can't get over how much this camera whips around. I have the sensitivity turned down, and it's still this quick.
Jesus.
Those are probably the nicest things I can say about it, since everything else is so painfully generic that I'd rather buy the Kirkland Signature brand Dark Souls. It's so numbingly dull that you could play it for an hour, and you would have better success remembering your actual birth from the womb. Of all things that are bad in Dolmen, the worst is the UI. Like, what is this?
Gaja. Calma.
This placeholder bare minimum assets that they figured good enough and shipped with this? It's barely legible. It has no visual flair whatsoever, which is weird for a sci-fi game. There's plenty of room to explore in the Souls-like genre, and I thought Dolmen was going to be a great attempt at that because the space theme is a good idea, but that's where the ideas stopped, and they painted by the numbers instead, and still went outside of the lines.
Wait. Space is a good idea. Qual é a coisa que me incomoda nessa?
A lot of first-party Nintendo games came out this year that basically weren't even finished, yet they released them anyway. Of all of them, though, Nintendo Switch Sports is the most least done. Switch Sports
Yeah.
released with a grand total of only 6 different sports modes. And even that's debatable, since one of them is tennis and the other is badminton, which play functionally the same. And volleyball is super boring. Compare this to Wii Sports Resort, which had 12 different games to play. It's also just ugly. The character models have zero charm whatsoever, and even the play areas
This game looks kind of sad. That's true.
themselves are soulless and boring. Why could it not have just been Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort again? It didn't even launch with the most basic and honestly expected of game modes. People just wanted to play golf with your friends. Switch Sports came out in April, and it finally got updated to have golf in November. Still barely enough to warrant its price point. There really isn't much to do in the single player either, because the most you could get is unlocking cosmetics and whatnot, which is only done through the online mode. And anyone who has used the Switch Online can tell you just how wonderfully smooth that is. It came out too early and too lacking for the asking price. If it had released in November instead,
Yikes,
even with just all ready to
menino.
go, I don't think it would have been so bad. Instead, Nintendo pushed out an unfinished product, knowing suckers would buy it anyway, and they'll maybe fix it up
Idiot. Maybe they'll fix it in post. Muito boa noite, Aleph.
later, which sounds like a growing trend for them this year, huh? How is this a thing? How is it that Garfield, of all properties, somehow gets a new game like every single year? Is there a huge Garfield cult?
Eu quero só para. Peraí, vocês. A minha farinha está à frente. Como é que eu tiro a câmera? It looks fucking ridiculous. Os planos gigantes. Olhem para ele.
that I thankfully don't know about? Don't answer that. I want to keep it that way. Garfield Lasagna Party
It looks fucking ridiculous. Next time.
is a party game starring a cat who hates Mondays and loves lasagna. Roll the dice, move around the board, play mini games to win lasagna, and whoever has the most lasagna at the end wins. It is entirely a Mario Party ripoff. And by that I mean, some of the games you play are straight up ripped off from Mario Party. The worst offender is that it's just dull. It's like a Mario Party game with any iota of energy and excitement sapped out of it. Turns take a really long time, moving around the board barely matters, you can't interact with your
Yeah.
opponent in
I
meaningful
kinda don't
ways,
care.
and Mario Party game will have 60 minigames.
Por que ele ainda está a falar do jogo?
One game line play was $40, like 1.5. Flying around and punching and blasting out energy waves, man, it's so sweet! You know what would make for a really great Dragon Ball Z game? If you got to play as this guy.
Eles vão falar do Dragon Ball The Fighters, do caralho.
Dragon Ball The Breakers is the
The
first
Breaker. A ideia parecia tão merda.
Dragon Ball game where you play as a regular ass human. Not Goku, not Piccolo or Vegeta, not even Krillin. You literally play as a complete rando with zero powers or abilities. Your goal is to run around the map and set up a bunch of time keys to escape the hellscape you found yourself in with all of your allies. This is all the while an actual DBZ villain tries to find and murder you. It's just Dead by Daylight, but with a Dragon Ball skin. What an unfun concept for a DBZ game. 99
Mas
times
qual é, filho?
out of 100, you're running around hoping you find the randomly correct box to find important items and try to escape, while the player, as the villain, can literally destroy entire parts of the map. There's also only 3 maps, and they all look pretty much the same. 8 players are scurrying around like idiots, while 1 player gets to play what feels like an actual Dragon Ball Z game. However, as a rando human, you can enlist the souls of known powerful warriors and use their abilities. Get enough energy, and you can temporarily take on the characteristics of pretty much every Dragon Ball Z character you can think of to fight back against the villain. This only lasts like a minute, and if you get hurt during the transformation, it'll last like 10 seconds instead. So you get maybe 1 minute of something actually fun to do in any given 15-minute match. Here's the kicker though. Those hero souls you get, you acquire them through a gacha system. Use your coins
Oh, não.
and tickets to get randomly selected hero souls of varying power levels
O
and
jogo estava a soar tão bem até agora.
movesets. This means you might get something like a 5-star rare Goku, or you might get 3 of the same Yamchas. It also means there's like 8 different currencies in the game. Normal Zenny, hero tickets, season tickets, special tickets, whatever TP stands for. This is all so that you might get the hero and powers you want, and of course, you can also spend real money to purchase
Mano, eu quero o Son Goku.
more of the best currency to get more hero souls.
Quero
So
andar
yes,
a porrada,
it actually is
Goku.
pay to win. And there's also a battle pass. Level up to get
Fuck
some
yeah.
stuff or whatever and complete your daily missions for your battle pass. Don't wanna? Spend real money to skip levels. I can see how some people could have fun with this in the same way that if you were stuck in a forest completely naked, you could find some way to have fun with a piece of tree bark. It wouldn't be so bad for a free-to-play
Parece estranho.
game. But it isn't free. On top of everything else, you have to buy it. Why must so many franchises make ill-fated attempts to go Battle Royale? Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier is yet another Final Fantasy
É isto
VII
aquele Battle Royale. E isto é 2022?
game. Only this time, it's one of those player shoot games map gets smaller. You drop down in the middle of the map, run around and find chests to
Fortnite.
get different guns and items so you can find other players and shoot them. Last one standing wins, and again remember, this is a Final Fantasy game. It's also available only on mobile, which means trying to play a fast-paced third-person shooter using touchscreen controls. That's why there's so
Cool.
much crap all over the screen. There's more HUD here than there is gameplay. And yes, it does play as clunky as this looks. When Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, at no point did I think they would use it as an excuse to further exploit everyone's nostalgia for it by releasing more shitty spin-off games. It's not even remotely RPG-based or really has anything remotely familiar to Final Fantasy fans. It's also only on mobile, which was dumb because anyone who loves Final Fantasy has been console and PC players. So really, who was this game for? Okay, so technically this one came out right at the very end of 2021, but it was late enough that I'm just gonna count it for 2022 because they announced back in October that Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier is closing down in a couple of months. It hardly lasted a single year. Should we just assume that Activision Blizzard is going to show up on this list every year, potentially more than once? Overwatch 2 isn't on this list strictly because it's an awful game and it isn't fun. In fact, mostly the opposite, since it's more Overwatch and for a lot of people, Overwatch is really fun. However, it's what was
Caso o people está todo viciado no Overwatch, meu. Toda a gente menos o Aleph.
lost to make Overwatch 2 happen that makes it so despicable. Overwatch 2 essentially repackages the original game just so they can update the monetization on it. Before, infamously, it was tons of loot boxes and random rewards. They got rid of all that and went with the current style of our time, the Battle Pass. When previously, anytime an all-new hero was released for the game, everyone would instantly get it. Now you must acquire them through the Battle Pass, meaning having to play for hours and hours just to play as a new character. The Battle Pass isn't just cosmetics or emotes or whatever, now it's locking away essential gameplay components. There also just isn't enough here to warrant the 2 in Overwatch 2. There's less stuff available than the original. You'll be playing a lot of the same maps as the first game.
Looks
Previous
great.
characters that you had before are now locked behind mundane progression and playtime requirements.
Hero
Blizzard
challenge.
made a big deal that this was going to have all new cooperative PvE modes, which honestly is what I was looking forward to the most. That co-op mode is nowhere to be seen and nowhere in sight on the horizon. And upon its release,
Obrigado.
Blizzard took Overwatch 1 out back and put a bullet between its eyes. The servers were shut down and that game is no longer being supported, forcing everyone to play the new sequel that has less game in it. Also, remember when you were forced to give Overwatch 2 your phone number just to be able to play it? Talk about a privacy incursion. Thanks to that, Activision Blizzard now knows where I live, and
Nice.
if I turn up dead, remember, it was murder.
Bro, chill.
This isn't a remake that anyone asked for, yet here it is. The arcade classic House of the Dead got remade for Nintendo Switch and basically made worse in every way.
What? This doesn't look like House of the Dead.
Most obvious being that the game is just ugly. It's supposed to be an HD remaster and it looks worse in every way. Character models have that Steam Unity asset flip game kind of quality, like they have a certain sheen that makes them look rough and unpolished. I weirdly prefer the old polygonal jank of the arcade original to this. It also has constant frame rate problems, which gets troublesome during a twitchy light gun shooter with lots of enemies on the screen. You
This
can
looks
swap it
terrible.
into performance mode to make the frame rate better, but then the characters and environments look even worse. I can feel the 720p every second I'm playing this. The weirdest thing is that there is no good control scheme for this on the Switch. You can either do the slow analog stick aiming, which is not good, or the more ideal gyroscope motion controls. While it's better, it still isn't great, mostly because while you're adjusting your controller to precisely aim, whenever you press the shoot button, you will move the controller ever so slightly. The gyro aiming is so sensitive that this will make your cursor tweak a little, making you miss your shots. This gets especially problematic during intense boss fights with very small weak points. This remake was just so unnecessary. I would rather just play a straight arcade port, or even a port of the Wii port of House of the Dead 2 and 3.
Damn. Looks shitty.
Be before I say anything
Oh.
else, I want you to know
Ela está de biquíni.
this is on the Nintendo Switch eShop. Waifu Impact is... what is it? Is this supposed to be parodying or trying to capitalize on Genshin Impact? I honestly have no idea.
Chama-se
The
Waifu
only
Impact.
thing you do is play as an anime girl running around an island filled with dozens of another anime girl who are all exactly the same.
Why?
And you shoot each other with literal super soakers while they make this noise. That's it. That's the entire game. You can find stars, which unlocks other quote-unquote waifus, and they can have different weapons at least? What's the point of unlocking all these waifus?
Claro que jogavas, Valkyrie. Todos sabemos que jogavas. Mas infelizmente não tens uma Switch.
When they all look the same. They all have boobs so big that you can see the sides of them from the back, and none of them have any ass. Get this though.
Faz-me impressão que. Olha só.
Enough kills with any waifu, and you unlock
Faz-me impressão que elas não têm um cu.
additional art galleries.
Ao menos que
of
tenham
them,
cu.
Which you would think, awesome.
Ao menos
that sounds
isso.
horny and right up my alley. But the extra galleries are just really
Is this game even
unflattering
finished?
still shots of their awful character models. Like, look at this one. She's actually a pretty cute waifu in this art. But the unlock you get for her is, oh
Jesus
God.
Christ.
This is the difference between when you take a selfie of yourself and when a friend takes a photo of you. Oh, there's more. If you manage to squirt down enough waifus, you'll get a message saying that there is now a super waifu. What could that
Cool.
possibly be? It's a boss fight, all right.
Oh.
Against the exact same waifu you've been shooting the whole time.
Oh, no.
Only now she's bigger. I can't believe I'm saying this, but defeating the super waifu gets you unlockable characters. I do not understand how this of all games gets allowed on the Nintendo eShop and no one bats an eye. I played this for way longer than I really should have on stream, and I'm
I'm so
embarrassed for
confused.
it. Here you go, chat.
Quem é que está.
I hate chat. Fuck you.
Eu lembro-me da Nintendo ser tipo muito picky com os jogos que podiam entrar, né? Well, espera. Eu estou a dizer isto, é fake. O Meme Run, há um jogo chamado Meme Run. O Meme Run era da Wii U, portanto, eles não tinham. Na verdade, acho que eles nunca tiveram critério. Anda cá, Aleph, preciso de ti. Preciso de ti para veres aqui um jogo muito bom da Wii U.
Swag.
Isto é um actual real game da Wii U. Again, isto é um actual real game. Não, isto não é um flash game, ok? De um site qualquer morto. Não, isto é um actual video game that you would purchase in the fucking Wii U eShop. Official Nintendo. I repeat, this is not a flash game.
Oh, baby, it's Ripple! Oh, yeah! Oh, baby, it's Ripple! Oh, yeah! Oh, baby, it's Ripple! Oh, yeah!
Wow.
Alumana be confirmed. Alumana be confirmed.
This was sold for real money, actual real money, on an actual console from the Nintendo. That is real.
What have you done? Did she just scream daddy? No. But then I made
Acho que este jogo é 1000 vezes melhor que o Meme Run.
a promise to my Twitch
Mas este é
chat.
de 2022. O Meme Run deve ter sido 2016.
If I ever get 2,000 Twitch
2015
subscribers, I will
talvez?
100% this game on stream. I am
Acho que é
committing
2016.
to that. 2,000 Twitch subs, and Waifu Impact will get 100%ed by me, or as much as I can until Twitch bans me for TOS. Babylon's Fall may be the most spectacular failure of the year.
Não há ninguém que não diga que este jogo foi uma fucking shit.
It came from Square Enix, a beloved
TLDR, Square Enix, Platinum Games, Games. Como é que é? Games as a Service. Nobody cared about this game. Died in 7 months. You know,
question if you blacked out
the usual.
and lost some time of your life. Fall was a service game, Marvel's The Avengers, and then tried to do it again with Platinum Games in a fantasy setting. And if that wasn't enough to copy, Babylon's Fall also reused assets like armor and weapons straight from critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. It was released back in March. And there it is, the second time
Diablo Immortal?
Blizzard is
What a surprise.
on the list. Diablo Immortal is the mobile-focused Diablo game that was met with such contempt from gamers, prompting the legendary response from Blizzard of, "Don't you guys have phones?" At its core, it's fine. It's a Diablo game through and through, meaning you're tearing through hordes of enemies of hell, seeing lots of numbers pop up, and constantly picking up troves of loot for incremental power boosts. I'd even argue that it's actually kind of fun and works surprisingly well as both a Diablo game and as a mobile game. But that isn't what makes Diablo Immortal so awful. It's the predatory and abusive monetization methods. It is intentionally confusing, obtuse, and outright deceptive. To give an idea, there are over 20 different types of currencies in the game, from money
Jesus Christ. 20 currencies? What the fuck? Jeez.
to upgrade materials, to unlocks, or whatever. There is also fundamentally not one, not two, but 3 different battle passes of different
Como assim currencies entre aspas?
unlocks. Things that would take free players literal months to obtain can be done in 5 minutes by paid players. Systems were implemented in such a way to legally get around the loot box
O novo
laws.
Diablo não vai ser a mesma merda. No entanto, este jogo fez-lhes muito hito.
Of many countries, even though they're still essentially loot boxes, and Diablo Immortal still got banned in a couple of countries because of its gambling-like practices. And all of these
Imagina que eu saber da Blizzard. Yeah. Vai jogar Pathfinder, meu. Caga nisso. Oh, Valk, vai jogar Pathfinder.
paid instances are only chances for rare items, not guaranteed, leading to reports such as one Twitch
Ou
streamer
então Diablo 2 outra vez. Parece que, olha, é estranho, mas a Blizzard fez merda com tudo, ultimamente, menos com o Diablo 2 Reimagined. Como é que se chama aquilo? Diablo 2 Resurrected? Era merda com tudo, menos com isto. O que é muito estranho. Se calhar não foram eles a desenvolver. Deve ter sido. Meteram uns fãs quaisquer a desenvolver, depois disseram que foram eles. Deve ter sido. Compraram 5 cêntimos.
having paid over $10,000 and not getting the items he desired. It is so entirely complex and involved to psychologically manipulate users to be the product, to be the singular drive of profit, because the entire game was designed to incorporate as many microtransaction forms as possible. For a far deeper and more involved examination of this,
Isto chega a um case study, não é? Do que é práticas predatórias. É assim que se diz?
I strongly recommend
De
watching
monetização.
the legendary video by fellow YouTuber
Isto deve ser estudado em cursos de economia ou caralho. Tipo, como é que vamos roubar mais o pessoal? Diablo Immortal é o exemplo perfeito. Vamos estudar esta merda.
Strife Hayes, who
É isso e
deconstructed it at
NFTs.
every seam better than I ever can. I'll put a link to it in the description. The most offensive thing about all of these
como é que roubamos os
transactions, though,
burros?
every cosmetic, every rare crest unlock, every boon of plenty or whatever the fuck it's called, each and every single battle pass is per character. Trying different classes or starting over fresh means everything you have paid for is completely separate for every single character you create. It isn't that Diablo Immortal plays bad, runs like ass, or is graphically awful, because it's all of the opposite. However, it's that dishonest, misleading, mendacious microtransactions and monetization that makes it actively
Tap to
hostile
claim.
to its own player base. Diablo Immortal is not made for players. It's made for wallets and bank accounts, making it the worst game of 2022.
2000.
In this video, I'm going to pull the curtain back. I'm going to show
Oh,
and explain
fuck.
concepts that you've
Sucks.
Espera aí, quero pôr like e subscribe. Parece que o Ant foi hackeado! Como é que é? O que é que querem ver agora? Eu agora estou. Não estava a pensar no que é que ia fazer a seguir, meu. O que é isto? Darigui. Damn. Ei, contem-me coisas, meu. O que é que vocês vão fazer? O que é que vocês vão fazer? O que é que vocês vão fazer hoje? Eu vou não conseguir falar, sequer. Apetece-me jogar um coisa. Como é que se chama aquilo? Apetece-me jogar um bocadinho de Hollow Knight. Vê o primeiro vídeo. Não. Não quero saber de drama de streamers neste momento. Estou cansado. Mas talvez tu me podes. Conta-me tu no chat. Conta-me tu no chat o que é que aconteceu com os JIT Supporters. Eu sei para saber drama. Se é para saber drama tem que ser com o Ant. Ou com o Feromonas. Ou com o. Eu não sei o nome mais de quem. Rico Fazeres. Ou com o Valkyries. PT. Team Strada. Que é isto? Ganda Team Strada. Quem é que sabe? Quem é esse pessoal? Diz a verdade, fizeste parte dos Team Strada. Equipa do pedo. Não sei o que é isso. Quer dizer, sei o que é a expressão, mas eu não sei quem é. Opa. Hugo Strada? A sério? O gajo chama-se Hugo Strada? Pensava que era Team Strada, tipo, tinha inventado o nome do nada. Mas não, é por causa do nome do gajo. Caramba, o YouTube quer mesmo que eu veja o drama. Eu não sei, meu. Só quero ver coisas de jogos. Pouco ego? Oh, não vejo problema. Tu se fizesse uma team, chamavas Team Valkyrias. Ambos sabemos isso. Já quero ver como é que esta Nina. Amor. Opa, olha aí. Olha aí. Este gajo tem mesmo cara de youtuber. Incrível. Esse pessoal. É. Esse pessoal tem um talento. O Wolf quer ver? Não, não, não. Eu sei que estás a. Eu sei que estás a mentir. Aliás, ele deu-te mute, meu. Tu não o ouves. Espera. Ele é que não te ouve a ti. Ó. Por que é que está tudo.
essays on big weighty topics like emotional tone and what it means to be fun and who our favourite Persona waifu is, but with the contrarian nature of YouTube commenters, they always seem to lead to arguments. Of course games have to be fun. Of course tonal mishmash can be used for deliberate dramatic effect. Who the fuck sticks with Rise? She's basically the free sample. So for the sake of bringing us all together for the holidays, I thought for this episode it would be nice to discuss something completely inarguable. Let's talk about a universally negative thing video games persist in doing. Doing intentionally, I should clarify. A deliberate design choice that isn't a result of bugs or hardware limitations or publisher interference that absolutely everyone hates. Impossible, I hear you cry. Surely even the most egregious common design feature of video games will
Eu não sei o que é que ele vai falar. O que vocês acham que é?
bring out at least one person who likes it, even if they're a weirdo who lives in a cave and really likes Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I think I have it. It was the Callisto Protocol that made me think of it. I was gonna bring it up in the ZP review, but frankly there wasn't room to squeeze it in, alongside everything else I wanted to complain about. So fine, I thought we'll take it to extra punctuation and give it a real motherfucking airing out. You ready? Here it comes. If your game has audio logs that the player can find and collect for the purpose of scene setting and story building, just play the fucking things when we pick them up. Do not just stick them in an inventory or menu screen for us to play later at our leisure. I mean,
That does suck.
assume it's in some way relevant to the area or situation we're in, since we picked it up here. Why would I want to listen to it later when I've moved on to other things? But if, for some reason, you have to force the player to dig through the pause menu with a shovel, looking for the thing they just fucking picked up, do not, and that's a bigger not, do not abruptly stop playing the audio log the instant we close the menu. Just let it keep playing over gameplay. No prizes for guessing the approach Callisto.
Damn. He's got a point. Epá, isto realmente já me aconteceu. Em que jogo é que foi? De facto estava a ser muito irritante. Espera aí, deixa eu pôr esta câmera. Caralho, gastei para aí 10€ nesta câmera. Foi mais. Mas foda-se.
Callisto Protocol takes. If that game had a motto, it'd be, if we're going to fuck up, might as well completely fuck up. But I see this so often in mainstream video games that have a collectible audio log element, and I've never met a single person who disagrees with me on this. Maybe I lack the power to nudge video gaming as a medium in line with my broader philosophies, like immersion storytelling, but if I can at least drive home this one specific issue and get it into the head of at least one high-level designer, then perhaps my whole career will have been worth it. The issue was particularly highlighted in Callisto Protocol because I was playing the PS5 version, having been very emphatically advised against the PC release, and like a lot of PS5 games, it was trying to get some use out of that stupid controller speaker. Every time someone talks to the protagonist over his radio, it comes out from between your hands, which I generally don't like because it messes with immersion. It's not supposed to be my radio, it's Jacob Lee's radio. If every other sound Jacob Lee and his equipment makes is coming from the TV, the radio should be the same. But then I found my first audio log and thought, well, maybe it's smart to play audio logs out of the controller speaker, because I'm not really listening to those in-universe, as it were. I'm doing that as a player wanting to know more about the story, and if it's coming out of a different source, it'll be easier to separate from the diegetic game audio. Turned out I needn't have worried, of course, because the logs wouldn't play over gameplay. I was expected to pop a squat on the menu screen and support my chin in my hand as my controller babbled away for 30 seconds. I did feel obliged to listen to them. I was afraid of missing some deep backstory some poor contracted bastard had put his heart into writing. So the big question for me...
Man, o gameplay deste jogo é mesmo Punch-Out. Isso é insane. O jogo saiu no fim de 2022 e tem gameplay de Punch-Out. Pessoal, Punch-Out.
Is, why wouldn't you let us play audio...
E vocês, que é isso? Eu sei. Nasceu para aí, o jogo saiu 20 anos antes de vocês nascerem.
logs over gameplay.
Why? I don't get it.
Isn't that the point? To
Não é
encourage...
que seja mau, é só muito confuso. Porquê? Porque o Punch...
us to keep playing the game, not completely kill the pace to stare at a menu for 2 minutes. I get bored very easily just listening to something. That's why when I listen to podcasts and things, I'm usually working or playing some boring cozy game in another window. A bit of flavor story would be ideal to play over the next few minutes of bumbling around the environment. It's a reasonable assumption that if we have picked up an audio log, then we are in bumble around mode. Obviously, it depends on what sort of game we're in, but if it is something like survival horror with clear incentive to search all the cupboards for health drinks and shit, then I could pick up up any visible audio logs first and then listen to it while I ransack the rest of the furniture in the room. A no-brainer, surely. But I see all you contrarians getting ready to pounce with your, no, having to sit on a menu listening to audio logs like a stupid toad on a spoon is good, actually, arguments. Why don't I save you the trouble? Oh, what if you get into combat or some other thrilling gameplay event while the audio log's still playing? What if you do? Keep playing the audio log. Your average combat loop engages a different part of your brain to your speech center. I often pick things like boomer shooters or other repetitive violent games for my cozy podcast listening sessions. I don't expect letting the narrator drown out a few random barks, grunts of pain, or chunky head exploding sound effects will severely taint the experience. Oh, what if the audio log
Quem dera ser bom a boomer shoot?
drowns out some game dialogue? Could happen. What, like banter? Like the banter discussed in our previous episode that games like God of War indulge. Constant, useless reiterating of whatever the last story event was for the sake of having dialogue constantly dribbling through our ear pipes. Yeah, I doubt missing out on any of that will leave my life hanging in ruins, thanks. Pause all banter until the log's finished playing, if it's that important to you. Oh, not necessarily banter, Yahtzee. Important story dialogue too. What if you blunder into one of those seamless cutscenes games like so much these days, and some vital character moment starts happening while your audio log is prattling away? What if you'd been watching the love scene from Prince of Persia Sands of Time and had to listen to someone meandering about pomegranates while the hero was going in for the big snog? Alright, legitimate point. To be honest, I'd probably have hated it less than being forced to stay on a menu to listen to it, but fine. Couple of things you could do. You could pause the audio log while the important scene happens, although it might be a bit of a mental lurch if it automatically resumes when the scene's over, so maybe just stop it altogether, or remix the audio so the log becomes quieter than the important dialogue. If we're that interested, we could always play the audio log again. But frankly, my first thought when faced with the problem of the audio log playing over something important scenario is, so fucking what? Why should you, the designer, care? I'm not going to hold it against you. I was the one who started playing the audio log. I accept the consequences for my own actions. Because like I've said, the best game experience...
Espera aí, pessoal. Nem sequer avisa aqui para o base.
Experiences feel like a coalition between the player and the designer. Don't stress out about us not having the full experience you intended. We know how to have our own fun. In any case, getting attacked by enemies while we're listening to a log sounds like emergent gameplay to me. I thought it was safe to sit in a corner and listen to a podcast, but whoops, turns out it wasn't. That's a classic nugget of risk-reward game design right there. Brings to mind how you could play games on your PDA in System Shock 2. So you'd be playing Minesweeper on a window on the left side of the screen while keeping one eye on the gloomy, silent corridor you're standing in case a shotgun dude lurches around the corner. More games should do that. Stick in a little optional mini-game to fiddle about with on a whim. You know how stealth games can involve a lot
No,
of
it
crouching
does
behind
sound
cover
great.
waiting for a patrolling guard to turn around? That'd be a perfect moment to dig out the old communication device and do today's Wordle.
Gosto muito das músicas de escapista. Fazer like e subscreve também. Pro-life, pro-choice. É um assunto demasiado pesado. Só queixa-se sempre de assuntos pesados. Do dogs understand hugs and kisses? Low risk technique for gaining intimacy with people. Too intense.
To us humans, a small kiss on the cheek or head is a gesture of affection. As a result, it's not uncommon to see dog owners show affection to their dogs through hugs and kisses. But do dogs perceive kisses and hugs as signs of affection? Or do they simply accept them as a strange quirk we humans have?
Yeah.
How to tell if a dog doesn't want to be kissed or hugged? And
We
is it
are
sanitary or
weird.
safe to kiss a dog on the mouth? Stay tuned as we unpack these topics and more in this video.
Oh my
It's
god.
a natural human reaction to want to kiss those we love. We humans are
True.
social animals who receive and provide reassurance through hugs and kisses. We manifest this affection towards our family and friends, so it makes sense we might do the
Quando é que foi a última vez que vocês tiveram abraços e beijinhos na vossa vida?
same for our beloved pets. However, it is important to remember that dogs are very different species with their own methods of communication. Within the parameters of canine body language, kissing and hugging don't exist.
Ah,
They
man.
think that licking is simply their version of a kiss, but the reason a dog licks is not necessarily the same as why a person kisses.
What an
When a
asshole.
dog is kissed, it means bringing our face very close to the dog's face, and this is something that puts dogs in a very vulnerable position. From a dog's perspective, putting our face close to their faces and plastering them with a
2000
kiss on the nose,
2019
mouth,
são
or
demasiados
forehead
anos.
may be perceived as a threat.
Are you sure?
Likewise, when we hug our dogs, we wrap our arms around them, which can make them feel vulnerable and generate a feeling
Não
of
tem que ser
being
fazer o
trapped.
sexo.
A dog who doesn't fully
Ei,
trust
meu
you
boneco está a
may
correr demasiado
interpret a
rápido.
gesture of affection of this kind as an invasion of their space. In general, if you've just adopted a new dog into your family and kiss or hug them to show affection, they will likely not understand your purpose behind this behavior and may even try to back away as they feel intimidated. Your dog might freeze up and enter a state of inhibition. They may even snarl or bite if the response is ignored. In these circumstances, the dog will reject hugs or kisses because they cannot understand
Para
the
que é que serve
behavior.
fluir ali?
How to kiss your dog properly so they know you love them. As we've already explained, if you have a newly adopted dog, they will not yet understand your hugs and kisses and may become stressed and confused. They will not want your face near their muzzle and may feel the need to defend themselves. With time, however, dogs may learn to associate kisses and hugs as a display of affection. This
Pois.
can be done if the kisses are accompanied by gentle strokes,
Eu acho que já tenho
expressions of joy,
Love Key.
and tasty rewards. These forms of positive
Vamos ver se eu já tenho a Love Kids,
help
pá.
dogs learn your behaviors and customs, specifically that the action of kissing is something that poses no threat. After the
I
repeated
do.
pairing with petting and affectionate tones in the voice of the owner, dogs may go beyond tolerating kisses into liking everything that surrounds the kissing experience. The dog may grow to accept and recognize kisses as a sign of love, and your pet may even respond by licking you back. Licking is an instinctual dog behavior. It is a trait they carry out from the time they're puppies, and is motivated by several impulses.
The collector.
Mother dogs will often lick their puppies to keep them clean and give them comfort. When your dog licks you, it's their way of grooming you and showing they care about your well-being. It's a sign of love and affection and a great way to bond. Dogs also use their tongue to explore the world through scent and taste. By licking your face, your dog can find out a lot of information about you. They know what you're eating, where you've been, assess your mood and health, and detect many smells which are imperceptible to us. With dogs who accept kisses as a sign of affection, licking is the way they can reciprocate the favor. This is why when your dogs greet you when you come home, they may try to lick your face. Your dog is showing you affection, but they are also finding out information about you.
Oh.
Is it unhygienic to kiss a dog on the mouth? There's great debate whether it's okay and safe to kiss a dog. While there are those who claim dogs spread diseases, others argue that kissing your pet can enrich your own bacterial flora and even strengthen the immune system. Most of the bacteria in a dog's mouth prefer a dog to be the host, which means kissing your dog is less risky than kissing a human. But that does not mean there are no risks. Dogs don't brush their teeth. They eat things off the ground or out of the garbage bin. They may also raid the litter box. Many of these bacteria are zoonotic, meaning they can transmit from canine to human. On the other hand, some state that the negative effects of these bacteria can be reduced or nullified in people who have a strong immune system. This means kissing a dog is bad depending on the type of bacteria present in the dog and the health of the person who kisses the dog. How to tell if a dog doesn't want to be kissed or hugged? A dog who doesn't want to be kissed will show their stress by leaning away,
Pastor belga, não sei qual é.
pursing and licking their lips.
Yo, Chris fora da vitória, estás bom?
They may even hunch over or reveal their teeth as a warning that they do not like what is happening to them. A lot of people miss those signs, and when they try to kiss the dog,
Ei, são segredos.
Never force an uncomfortable dog
Actually,
to
mano,
endure
eu devia
close physical
te chapar ali, mano.
This is especially true when you meet a new dog or a rescue. One study has shown that bending over a dog, putting the face close to the dog's muzzle, and making eye contact are the main cause of dog bites. All these behaviors take place when you kiss or hug a dog. Sadly, the study found that more than 2/3 of the victims were children. Young children often perceive
Não há mais
dogs
novidades.
as stuffed animals. They want to hug
A última
them
coisa que
and
eles disseram
smooch
foi
them as
que
they
vai
do with their
estar
toys.
available,
Another study has found that
disponível
dogs show
primeiro
more
no
signs
Game
of stress,
Pass.
like yawning, freezing, lip
Quando
licking,
sair.
or elevated heart rates when they are touched on the head or muzzle. If your pooch wags its tail, licks you, races around, and shows excited behavior when you kiss them, it is a sign they enjoy the kissing or hugging experience. However, if your dog does not respond in this way, it is best to find another way to show them you care.
Eu não sei quando é que sai. Se é para o ano.
There are many ways to show your
Algures em
dog's affection
2023.
beyond kisses or hugs. Most dogs are a big fan of being close to their owners, so you can show them love and affection with cuddles, pets, and a loving voice. It all comes down to spending time with your dog. Play with your dog. Binge watch some TV from your beanbag chair, and let your dog snuggle with you. Exercising together is also a great way to bond. Take your dog for frequent walks and hikes and allow them to explore the world. Some dogs even make good running companions. You can also try teaching your dog some fun tricks. Those treat-filled training sessions can be very enjoyable for dogs and will reinforce the bond you share. When you both work to make each other happy, you're both showing your love for each other. Remember, when dogs lean their body weight against you, they are showing you affection. One way to tell your dog you love them is to lean into them and let them lean on you. Don't push them away or crush them. Just the right amount of lean will demonstrate that you love them. And perhaps the best way to show your dog affection is to simply give them attention. Nobody, be they human or canine, feels loved while being ignored.
Yeah.
Now that you know more about how dogs respond to hugs and kisses, let us know your thoughts in the comments section below. Do you kiss or hug your pup? Does he or she seem to like it? Share your own experience and make
She
sure to
hates
subscribe
it.
to our channel for more videos.
O que mais é que eu jogo? Jogo não, moço. Oi? E o Wolf, vai logo dizer. Vi tier list de Overwatch. Oh shit. Acho que tem um banquinho aqui. Olha aí, hermano. Na boa, na boa. Epá, agora vou ficar com uma coisa preta ali, meu. A menos que deixe de ser lazy e vá lá tirar. Ou troco o vídeo. O Valkyrie só queria ver o drama do Twitch. Espadalhuncha. Essas abelhas são bué da fortes, me. Ai. Enganei-me. É. Hadouken. Hadouken. Oi, está uma abelha ali escondida? Grande puta. Grande puta! Olhem, não sei o que é de fazer em termos de vídeos. Apetece-me ver qualquer coisa. Mas o... Olha, este vídeo é 28 minutos. Let's go. Gaming for a non-gamer.
I've had my wife, more boomerly known as the lady I live with, try out a handful of video games in order for me to get a better idea of what they're like for people who don't spend much time playing them. These informal experiments not only have given me a better understanding of some of the obstacles that exist for those with little to no experience with games, but also have been intriguing explorations of what goes into learning the language of gaming. As a result of these experiments, my wife went from being entirely unfamiliar with typical game conventions and mechanics to having a decent grasp over how games work and what they expect from players. She even took an interest in a couple of titles, playing them far beyond what I asked her to do for these videos. And she was well along in her journey of going from a non-gamer to a gamer. And now, it's been a year and a half since she last picked up a controller. As it turns out, time never stops moving forward. A fact that has become especially apparent since adding a baby we live with to our household. Life gets away from you fast. But now we've had a few good nights of sleep and are ready for another informal experiment. While I assume she has retained some of the skills she built up through previous experiences, this gap almost certainly will lead to her being rustier than before. So clearly, the best way to ease her back into things is by having her play Elden Ring.
É Darigi.
I'm ready for battle.
Querido, não gosto deste jogo.
I know, I'm not ready for battle. I'm not ready.
Enganei-me.
In just its first
Faz costas do
year,
gajo.
Elden Ring has become the best-selling game FromSoft has ever made. It's exposed a slew of first-time players to the Souls-like genre, and is widely considered to be the best entry point for people new to FromSoft games. But of course, my question is, how approachable is it for someone who barely plays games at all? For this experiment, I didn't give her a specific goal to accomplish, as I wanted to see how she would naturally interact with the game. But I did set a secret end condition of having her beat at least one boss outside of the tutorial. As always, I sat back as a mostly quiet observer, only giving occasional reminders of things she had
alguém falar de
learned
tempo,
and
a minha-
advice for what to do when she got stuck on something for
A minha mente vai para o
substantial
Sands
amount
of Time.
So this is how it went.
E quando alguém diz Sands of Time, a minha mente vai para correr nas paredes. O gajo é bué da forte.
As some of you may remember, one of the very first games I had my wife play for this series was Elden Ring's predecessor, Dark Souls, and
Hey,
it
Darigi.
was pretty much exactly how you'd expect it to go.
Querido, estou a perder.
Can I be done yet?
Due to her lack of gaming experience, mixed with Dark Souls' opaque and sometimes confusing design, she had a ton of trouble just figuring out how to do things, which led to her dying a lot. Even when she did figure out the very basics, she still couldn't get past the Asylum Demon. As there was no way to level up in the Undead Asylum, her only way to move forward was by using the tools she had in order to defeat him. With enough practice, I'm confident that she could have done it, but she found losing over and over again to be extremely demoralizing. And after an hour straight of dying to the same boss, she had no interest in playing anymore. By presenting such a tough skill check for players in its tutorial, it sets the tone for what the rest of the game will be like at the cost of turning some players away. Elden Ring takes a much different approach with its tutorial by having it be completely optional. Players don't have to prove they understand the basics to access the core of the game, and instead can just head to the overworld without any real challenge. In fact, when Elden Ring first came out, many didn't even realize there was a tutorial, as it involves jumping into a dark pit that is pushed off to the side, whereas the path to the overworld is brightly lit and in the center of the screen when the player character spawns. This eventually led FromSoft to include a message that tells players about the tutorial so that they don't run past it. Given all of this history, I was curious to see if my wife would go into the Cave of Knowledge without the prompt, so I turned off all tutorial notifications before I had her start, and she did very nearly miss it, but not for the reasons you might think. When she first began walking around the Chapel of Anticipation, she noticed various bloodstains and messages. Without the knowledge that other players had left them behind, she assumed they were made by the developers, almost as if they were a core part of understanding the game. So instead of viewing them as the random ramblings that they often are, she thought they were all important. In fairness, in Dark Souls, all of the messages in the tutorial are from the developers, and they largely just lay out the basic controls, so it is possible that her assumption of how they worked in Elden Ring came from that, although she barely had any recollection of her time with Dark Souls, as it was so long ago. So if that was the connection she made, it was a subconscious one. Anyway, in true FromSoft fashion, one of the first messages she read pointed to the side of a cliff and said to jump off. Incidentally, at the same time, she clicked a bloodstain that showed a figure doing just that. So wondering if it was some sort of secret, she followed suit.
Try jumping. What? What? Are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do?
So when she got down to the stranded graveyard and was told by another spirit-looking thing to take the plunge, she was very skeptical and refused to jump down.
Are they trying to kill me again?
For a second, I thought she was going to continue along the main path, but after running around a bit, she read another message that said the Cave of Knowledge lies below. This was the only message she had come across that was direct and didn't feel like a bunch of gibberish strung together, so something about it felt more official to her, and she decided to finally go for it. While this ended up being the
Uma das
only
memórias
time
que
the
tenho com o meu
messages
pai
influenced how she
era
approached
quando
the
ele
area, it was interesting
fazia
to
uma
see someone
run.
engage with them as if they really
Os últimos
mattered,
20%
and
não
weren't
conseguia
just a
passar.
sometimes helpful,
Isto
but
tinha de explicar.
often via online feature. The
Mas
Cave
uma
of
run de
Knowledge
quê?
itself
De
proved to be a tutorial,
Príncipe
although
of
it did
Persia?
have a few issues. All the prompts for the game's controls and mechanics are shown in one of two ways.
Eu acho que passei
Either
o
as a
Sands of
small
Time.
pop-up on the left side of the
Times?
screen,
Time.
or a big text box that momentarily
O original,
pops up
não
again.
aquele
For the most
espanhol
part,
manhoso.
this was fine, but as her
Mas
focus
fizeram
was
uma
on the
versão
center of the
rafada
screen, there
espanhola,
were
meu.
a few instances where she just
Nem sei se era espanhola ou lá o que era, meu. Era mesmo chinês ou caralho.
like how to lock on to enemies. In fact, the only reason she ended up figuring that out was because she accidentally pressed it while panicking. As for the more obvious text prompts, she kept getting annoyed by being stopped every
Ela só
few seconds
chinês.
to explain to her, especially when most of them
Quer saber o que é que eu
had
estou a
just been
dizer?
communicated with a single
Sabes o que é que eu estou a falar, não
prompt. I'm
sabes?
unsure why they use these two
Não
different
sabe.
approaches to teach players the controls.
Sei lá se era os chineses. Sei lá. Espanhol. Chinese. Sands of Time. Games. É mesmo manhoso, meu. Eu via aquela à venda em todo lado e estava tipo, espera, mas eu já joguei Sands of Time, porquê que... Deixa eu ver se aparece imagem. Deixa eu ver se algum desses é a capa do... Será que não se chamava Sands of Time? Mas aquilo era uma espécie de reboot, remake, daqui o pariu. Não é remaster, não é remake. Wait, Prince of Persia 2008? Ai que manhoso. Prince of Persia 2008 Full Game Walkthrough. Olha aqui, Wolf. Wolf, estás no chat? You must die. Afinal não era Sons of Time, mas era tipo um rico qualquer merda. Eu nunca percebi a existência deste jogo, mas também nunca joguei. Em 2008, quer dizer que é a altura da PS3.
What is one grain of sand in the desert? One grain amongst the storm.
É Cell Shade? Olha, estou Prince of Persia. Pumba, levou com uma pedra na cabeça. Prince of Pedras. Epá, isto é muito cringre. Tá calado, puto, diz ela. Acho que os guardas te vão matar. Vai atrás da puta. Olaf, quando é que fazes o gameplay, o walkthrough deste jogo? Não me digas, podes andar na parede? Oh, claro que podes, não é? E porquê que ele arrasta a garra? Espera, se for a parede do outro lado, o que é que ele faz? Já não podes agarrar a garra. Uma possibilidade, imagina, estou a jogar este. Então, pessoal, sempre joguei o Sands of Time, por isso vou agora jogar um jogo que nunca joguei. Ele podia dizer, ei, ela é minha, quem bate nela sou eu. Boa noite, Toga, tudo bem? Já se cansaram do Overwatch? Eu disse Toga e a Cadela ficou a olhar para mim. É o teu amigo Toga, sim. Está no chat. Para de olhar para mim. Jogaço. Bem, fica a dica, meu. Da discriminação. Porquê? Ele tem superpoder. Isto é tipo um Inspector Gadget. Isto é como um Inspector Gadget. A Gadget tem superpoderes e salva tudo, mas ele não vê. É tipo,
Why are you following me?
I'm not. I'm looking for
Farah, I heard you yelling. You and your girlfriend should get out of here.
girlfriend.
você não lhe das biscoito. O meu cão já sabe quem é uma toga.
Farah's not my girlfriend. She's my donkey.
You're risking your life for a donkey.
Esta boneca é cute.
Good donkey. That and
She's a good donkey. Oh, hold on, what?
Just get out of here. If they don't see you with me, you'll be all right.
Hey, you! Want to time your advice better next time?
Ui, que climbadora, meu. Vai atrás da bota. Vai. Estou interessado na história.
No, he's nothing to do with this. No!
Não, não lhe atires a pedra para cima. Sands of Time. Viste, ela usou os poderes.
How did you? Whoa, I've got you. They're moving that way. We better get out of here. How did you do that?
I don't know.
Right. And you being able to do magic isn't anything to do with why they're trying to kill us.
They're not trying to kill us. They're trying to kill you.
Okay, fine. Keep your secrets. But at least tell me how to escape.
No, I can't leave. I've got to get to the temple. You really can put me down now.
Fiquei interessado. Depois o Wolf. Depois o Wolf joga o resto do jogo.
But I think in regards to helping less experienced players learn the game, it would have been better off finding a middle ground between the two, where the prompts show up in the center of the screen but don't halt the game completely. It makes things obvious without being nearly as annoying. On the topic of teaching players the controls, one issue I have noticed throughout many of these informal experiments is that a lot of games on PC don't allow players to customize the UI of button prompts. Oftentimes the only option is the Xbox gamepad layout, which has also been adopted by Steam. As I only own PlayStation controllers, this has led to some confusion for my wife when playing games on PC that don't have that kind of customization, which was the case for Elden Ring. I actually ended up having to make a cheat sheet to help her out. Now, I understand that the vast majority of people who use a gamepad on PC will opt for an Xbox controller as it is...
What? No, I would never use an Xbox.
There are a substantial number of people who use other controllers, and it seems like a missed opportunity to not support them. Having more customization for button UI only serves to make games more accessible. I'm not sure if this is a game or engine issue, and it could be far more complicated to incorporate than it seems on the surface. But even if it is, given the resources FromSoft has, it feels weird they didn't.
Agora vou-lhe foder a boca.
Well, this is not the biggest deal in the world. It is a quality of life improvement that I would love to see in every game, as it would help a lot of players and save
merda.
needing to buy an Xbox controller for future experiments. Anyway, on the whole, my wife had a much better time navigating the Cave of Knowledge than she did with the Undead Asylum. And I think a big part of that was due to it ending with a much more manageable boss fight. The Soldier of Godric is really just
I guess.
but because he has a boss-sized health bar and intense music, it makes
Man,
the fight feel more
o título diz Gaming, Non-Gamers, não sei o quê, mas depois, isto é deceiving.
So she left with the
Depois a história é toda sobre alguém jogar o Badarigi. Quer dizer, enganou-me bem.
All in all, Elden Ring's tutorial largely seems designed with new and inexperienced players in mind, which is a notable departure from most other tutorial areas in FromSoft games that rarely pull any punches. Because of her success, she entered the Lands Between with a sense of confidence, a feeling that unfortunately did not last once she was introduced to the wider offerings of the game.
Aí a puta está com sede.
As she stepped out into the lands between, she was
Sei, vou-lhe dar
immediately
água.
overwhelmed with how massive it was, and at first questioned where to go. After seeing the tree sentinel patrolling below, she assumed that must be the way and promptly got murdered.
How do you beat that? How do you do it? How do you do it?
Not wanting to have to deal with it, she decided to head west instead, where she then ran into a demi-human giant and...
Ah! Shoot!
This time after respawning, she surveyed the land a bit more, trying to determine the right path, which is when she noticed the Erd tree in the distance, and figured that must be where she needed to go. With her destination picked, she pretty much just ran in a straight line towards it, bringing her close to the gatefront ruins. And I think this is a great example of how well thought out Elden Ring's world design is. While there isn't really a wrong way to go, as exploration is a core part of the gameplay loop, there is a main path for players to follow in order to progress. Although even that technically isn't mandatory, but it is what most people will do. This path starts at the Gatefront Ruins, leads up to Stormhill, and then to the first major boss of the game, Margit. Of the various ways Elden Ring tries to direct players towards the Gatefront Ruins, this was one I did not pick up on during my own playthrough, but it makes a lot of sense. The Erd Tree is massive, and its golden hue stands out amongst the rest of the environment.
Também sabes
Many
tudo,
players
Toga.
will no doubt be curious to see what
Mas
is
qual
at
o
the base
problema?
of it. And while
É que
this isn't a goal they will
está
actually
mesmo
be able
feito
to
para enganar as
accomplish at this
pessoas.
point, it is still something that can be used to influence their decisions.
Em lado nenhum
So even if
menciona
someone
o
ignores the
Alderiga.
main roads and the guidance of grace that literally
Só
points
quando vês o
players where
vídeo.
to go, like my wife did, all it takes is being intrigued by the Erd Tree to be led to the main path. Once getting to the Stormgate site of grace and unlocking Torrent as well as the ability to level up, she kept pressing forward, opting to ride past enemies instead of actually engaging with them. As she made her way into Stormhill, she lost track
Vou
of the
ter que
Erd
subir
Tree as
ali.
the fog in the area decreased visibility a bit, and
Já
it
não
was
lembro onde
mostly
é que é.
blocked by the ruins of a bridge. For the few moments it was in sight, she was preoccupied by a pack of wolves that ambushed her, so instead of continuing towards it, she ended up following the road instead. While I don't know the full intentions of the developers, obscuring it in these ways seems like a very intentional choice so that players head towards Margit instead of the Erd Tree itself, which will just take them
És o
to its
Wonder Toga.
edge. Frankly, watching
Wonder
her play
Toga.
made me appreciate the world design of Elden Ring even more than I already did, which I honestly didn't think was possible. There are so many subtle touches that help guide players while still managing to feel natural to the world, and it was really cool to see these design choices lead my wife in a
Mas
certain
pronto.
direction. With her focus shifted to moving along the main road,
Ei.
she ran into a battalion guarding a gate and decided to deal with them in
A
the
cena
same
que a
way she
questão
had
nunca
with every other
foi.
enemy so far, running past them. Her first few
Ei.
attempts of charging straight in were met with failure, but as she
A
examined the
questão nunca
area,
foi
she
o que é o
noticed that there
vídeo
weren't
depois de o
any
veres.
marks
A
along the
questão
side of the
foi.
road, so she just went around and slipped past them. The ability to
Por que é que este
avoid
vídeo não
conflict
informa o que é
definitely
que é?
made parts of the experience less frustrating for her, as at least while riding around the open world, there was nothing she ever really felt stuck on, and she enjoyed weaving around enemies and finding clever ways past them. With that said, the flaw of her approach is that the game doesn't reward players with experience or items for not fighting, so when she got to Margit, she was woefully underprepared both in terms of player skill and character upgrades.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Ugh, this game is so annoying.
These sorts of skill checks are common barriers in FromSoft titles, with the majority of their games, as there are only a few paths players can take. If they want to progress
Até
in new
aqui.
areas, they will have to overcome difficult bosses pretty regularly, either by taking the time to learn their attack patterns and weaknesses, or grinding the same areas over and over again to level up enough and make them less challenging. As I
yes.
mentioned before, in
Claro
Dark
que é.
Souls, when my wife ran into a barrier like this,
Eu estavas a esperar
frustration
que eu há
of
bocado
losing
dissesse que
so
sim
many
e agora
times
que
led her to
não.
want to stop playing. But her experience with Elden Ring in this regard ended up being a fair bit different. After dying a few times and realizing she stood no chance, she just went off to look for other things to engage with. Due to its open world structure, players have an incredible amount of options of stuff they can do. This makes it so when they hit a spot they're not ready for, instead of repeatedly bashing their head against the wall, they can
É o
simply
thumbnail.
leave
O...
and come back later.
Também o título
While there
também não
are still
fala.
a few choke points in Elden Ring players will need
Ah,
to
fala,
eventually
fala.
overcome in order to progress, due to the
Esse
sheer
thumbnail
amount of
tipo
content
gigante
that can be
a dizer
accessed
games.
from the moment
É tipo,
players
what?
set foot
Elden
in the
Ring não
grave, it
games?
is unlikely
Estás a
they
ver?
will be forced to conquer a challenge before they are
É
ready
tipo, é só um
to do
jogo
so.
no
At
meio
least
de um
that's how it's
milhão.
supposed to work in theory. When my wife actually went off to find other things to do, it proved to be more difficult than expected. She wanted to find enemies to fight so she could get enough runes to level up, but she struggled with knowing where to look. She did come across a few encampments, but they all had a lot of enemies roaming around them. While she was able to pick off a few that hung around the outskirts, anytime she moved too far in and had to take on more than one enemy at a time, it didn't go well.
There's a lot. Okay. rude.
So she spent a lot of time riding around in search of things that felt more manageable, but struggled to find anything of substance. Occasionally,
Eu não,
she
porque eu estava à espera de um
encountered
vídeo
things on
tipo
their own that she could take
sobre
out,
jogos,
but this
não
didn't
sobre
yield significant
jogo.
results, as she didn't know how to take on multiple enemies at the same time, especially in wide open areas where they could easily surround her. Her best bet was finding a cave, but despite passing a few, she didn't notice them. And after aimlessly riding around for a while, entirely unprompted, she said,
I like Breath of the Wild better.
when I asked her why, along with saying it was just generally less stressful, she also remarked on how it was so much easier to find things. And that makes a lot of sense. The shrines and Sheikah Towers stand out due to their bright orange lighting and sleek design that is unnatural to the Kingdom of Hyrule. Also, they can be spotted from far away, and will draw the attention of most players. Now, I personally think Elden Ring does a good job of signaling where points of interest are through the use of light sources, but for her, these kinds of lights didn't register as a sign that there was something to explore. She just saw them as set dressing, so she never paid all that much mind to them. The style and visual language of a game has a huge impact on how individuals interpret things. And obviously, for inexperienced players, the less complex that visual language is, the easier it will be to understand what they can and can't engage with. As a lot of Elden Ring's visual language is more subtle than Breath of the Wild, certain things just stood out less to her. Eventually, I gave her some pointers on what she should be looking for, and she found a cave pretty quickly, which is when the real challenge began, as she finally had to figure out how to actually fight. Of all the bosses she could have faced, I was really glad she came across the Beastman of Fair Missoula, as he leaves a lot of openings and doesn't have that much health. So I figured if there was any boss in the game she could beat, it'd likely be him. And... Don't break the desk.
Dude, I don't like this.
In general, she lacked patience and coordination. Pretty much every time she got into a fight, she'd do a lot of panic pressing, leading to either attacking or rolling way more than she needed to. So for the most part, she was either all in on attacking or all in on rolling away, rarely putting the two together to effectively suss out attacks and counter when an opening presented itself. She also had a fair bit of trouble with doing various actions at the same time as moving. So whenever she attacked, called Torrent, or chugged a flask, she would let go of the joystick first, leaving herself extremely vulnerable. Maybe most consequentially, she found every battle to be anxiety-inducing, leading to her squeezing the controller super tightly and accidentally pressing wrong buttons, resulting in inopportune item use and crouching at the worst times possible. As she battled against the Beastman more and more, though, she started to get better. She dodged more effectively, got hits in without trading damage, and even recognized certain attacks. She had a handful of attempts where she got him down to around half health, which was a huge improvement over her earlier tries. With that said, despite the improvement being encouraging, the repeated failure still proved to be immensely frustrating. She kept trying for a while, as something about the fight seemed more doable to her than the one with Margit had, but she eventually hit a point where it was clear that it would take a lot of grinding in order for her to beat him, and she didn't really have the tolerance to go through that. So it seemed like her playthrough would end there. However, after she stopped playing that day, I realized that there was a pretty major mechanic that she hadn't engaged with in the slightest that could help give her an edge, that being the Spirit Ashes. Unlike other iterations of summons in From titles, the Spirit Ashes feel more like a core part of the game. While summoning in the Soul series requires the use of resource, the Ashes only require HP or HP, making it a far more reliable tool. The game almost entirely without using the Ashes, I'd say that the bosses largely seem to be balanced around them, especially the fights with multiple enemies. And given that one of the most common rewards for exploring is the that upgrades the spirits, it feels like the game was designed with the assumption that they would be a key part of the player's arsenal. Naturally, there will always be a contingent of Souls fans who refuse to use certain mechanics because they prefer to play that way, but not every player is looking for an extra challenge. For folks struggling with the constant pressure many of the bosses put on them, the Spirit Ashes are a great way to redirect attention and deal more damage. So it seemed like the perfect thing for my wife to use. With that said, for it being such a helpful item, especially for less experienced players, it is surprisingly easy to miss. It involves going to the Church of Ela at nighttime after getting access to Torrent, or buying it from the Twin Maiden husks in the Round Table Hold after enough passes. I imagine there are a few reasons they opted to make the item one the player has to find instead of one automatically given, but after watching my wife's playthrough, I think it would be a bit better if it was something that couldn't be missed. Anyway, I decided to have my wife give the fight another shot, but this time with a spirit summon. So I pointed her in the right direction so she could get the spirit calling bell and lone wolf ashes. With a new tool at her disposal, she headed back to the cave for another face-off. And
Não acaba, acho,
it was a
mano.
bloodbath. The beastman kept getting stun-locked by the wolves, and my wife jumped in every so often to deal a bit of damage until...
They did it for me! I didn't do anything! My wolf did it all!
After beating him, she felt a little underwhelmed. She had spent so much time trying to take him out on her own, but felt that in the final fight, the wolves did most of the work. And yeah, they did.
Todos
I went
lobos.
to test it on my own afterwards, and the wolves were able to take out like 75% of his health with me just sitting there. She didn't have a problem with the idea of getting help from the spirits, but in this instance, they were far too effective. While I do still stand by the idea that most of the bosses are balanced around the use of spirits, clearly the Beastman wasn't. And unfortunately, the way it played out robbed her of some satisfaction. So I decided to try
Está para lhe roubar a cena assim.
Many of her struggles with the game did come from a lack of experience, but there was one aspect that was causing her a significant amount of trouble that arguably got in the way of her improving, that being her choice of starting class. She went with the Bandit, which is actually the same one she originally chose in Dark Souls, although it has a different name there. At the time, I didn't really think much of it, but after watching her play and then doing some research after, it became apparent that it is one of the worst classes, especially for someone learning how to play for the first time. It has one of the lowest starting levels and gear that is not well suited for new players, as the armor doesn't negate much damage, the shield is
Que engraçado que ele está a dizer.
which she did not have the timing down for, and the dagger is really
Nunca tinha havido
short,
ninguém
so
a
she always
pensar
had to be
minimamente
super
no
close to
jogo
enemies
dessa
in order
maneira.
to hit them, making it
Geralmente o pessoal diz
difficult
só
to have
LOL,
The
escolhe
character
qualquer
selection
merda.
screen doesn't show any stats by default, and mainly presents characters by their designs, so she chose entirely based on which class she thought looked the coolest, instead of by comparing their attributes. With that said, even if she had diligently looked at the stats, aside from seeing that some classes had bigger numbers, I don't think that the information would have been all that valuable in terms of making an informed choice about which would be the best for her, as there's a lot of information without much context. And I understand that part of the FromSoft experience is unknowingly making decisions that negatively impact you, but I'd say the game could benefit from being clear about which classes are more difficult to start with than others. In fairness, it does have what is probably the best choice for new players be the first option, and what is certainly the worst be the last one, but this won't be super obvious for those less familiar with Souls games. While pretty much every new player will understand that they
builds.
shouldn't pick the Wretch, that doesn't help them choose between the other classes.
Mas sempre que
And
você vai mais para o
in the hopes that
Reddit
it would
e
make
o pessoal está
a
todo
difference,
só a
I created
dizer.
a new character for her.
Só o
This
pessoal a
time she
queixar-se
used
de
Vagabond, and
tudo.
then got her
Sim,
back
não
in the
é?
fight. Lo and behold, it felt like a way more reasonable challenge for her. Her attacks did significantly more damage that could cause
É como eu
knockback,
estava a
and she
dizer.
was able
What?
to keep
Did
more
you
space
walk?
between her
What a
and the
noob.
Beastman, all of which helped her better apply the skill she had gained
que ele estava a
during
dizer.
her failed attempts. With more health and defense, the build gave a bit more room for error, so when she did make a
That's
mistake,
not a
she wasn't
true
punished as severely for it. And then, after I
Soulsborne
tried-
gameplay, being able to walk.
Through trial and error, we were able to find an approach that worked for her while not oversimplifying things too much. And it was really fun to see that happen,
Bait weapon.
which made me want to see her overcome a different challenge. One that has been sitting unfinished
Ah, essa
for
comunidade é um bocado
years
podre.
now. One that requires going back to the start of all of this to complete.
I'm gonna be honest. Eu não quero estar aqui.
Having seen the benefits of using a weapon larger than a toothpick, she opted to pick the warrior instead of the thief. As I mentioned earlier, as it has been a few years since we ran the very first informal experiment, she had forgotten almost everything about the tutorial. So she fought the Asylum Demon for far too
To
long
the
with
show.
a sword, got rolled by the boulder, and was sniped by an undead archer. But when she actually began her attempts on the Asylum Demon, she looked more confident and competent than she ever had before. With a decent bit of Elden Ring under her belt, she not only had gotten better at combat, but had also gotten used to the much faster gameplay.
I
So
will
she
put
found
City
the
of Tears,
Asylum
I guess.
Demon
Ow.
easier to read than any of the bosses she had faced in Elden Ring. While she wasn't always perfect at keeping up with his attacks, she was able to better capitalize on openings and avoid its big, slow swings. On her first attempt, she was able to do more damage than she had ever done to him on her original playthrough. On her second, she choked. But on her third...
Dá-me.
There are a lot of factors that went into her finally being able to beat the Asylum Demon, like using a half-decent starting class and just more general experience with playing games. But I think a big part of it came from her learning a lot of the basic skills of combat in Elden Ring, a game that, while far from perfect, much more clearly teaches players how to play, and then applying the lessons she learned from it to its predecessor. In short, Elden Ring helped her get good, and that's pretty cool to see. So, is Elden Ring a good starting point for people who don't really play games? I mean, no, of course not. Although it was far more approachable for her than I expected it to be. Between its fairly detailed tutorial, thoughtful world layout, and abundance of options for how to approach a fight, it gives inexperienced players a lot of tools to help them succeed. It still contains the difficulty and obscurity that has long defined the series, making it so people who don't really play games all that often struggle to get a grasp on things without help from an outside source, but it also has a few shifts from how FromSoft typically operates that seem to be there as a way to appeal to a wider audience. Of course, FromSoft doesn't and shouldn't design their games with players like my wife in mind, as she is near their target demographic. However, I do think it's interesting to see the ways they've tried to pull in players a bit outside of their typical circle, expanding their approachability while not losing their distinct identity. Personally, I think they could have gone a bit further with certain aspects to give a better experience for players new to the genre, but I also understand that they're trying to maintain a delicate balance and don't push things too far. All in all, I had a lot of fun watching my wife shake off the rust from her gaming hiatus and go on to take her skills to a new level. And even though she did not enjoy playing Elden Ring, it did push her to understand games a bit better, as well as overcome a challenge that she hadn't been able to before.
How long did it take me last time to do that?
You didn't do it. For those of you interested in seeing more of my wife's journey with Elden Ring, I actually
more of my wife. She's got an OnlyFans.
Nebula. By now, I assume you already know the deal about it, but in case you don't, Nebula is a streaming service made and owned by creators, me being one of them. On Nebula, you can watch videos from many of the best creators on YouTube ad-free, as well as a ton of exclusive content that is made possible by Nebula's support. Among other things, it gives us a place to post stuff that is more experimental and doesn't always work as well on YouTube. Every time my wife and I do one of these informal experiments, we end up recording for hours, and there always wind up being far more interesting moments than could ever fit into a single video essay. So if you'd like to hear my wife curse some more at a video game, that's the place to do it.
Crushed it.
And the best part of it all is that Nebula has partnered with this video sponsor, CuriosityStream, in order to get you the best deal on the internet. If you sign up for a year-long CuriosityStream,
signing up and deals and shit.
Access to the thousands of incredible documentaries on their site. You also get a free membership to Nebula for just under $12 a year. And if you're watching this after the holiday special ends, the price is only around $15 for the year. So no matter what, it's still a great value. After signing up,
great value, guys. It's great value.
From Nebula to set up your account, and then you can watch all the awesome content that only exists there to your heart's content. And that's barely even touching on all the incredible stuff you'll be able to watch on CuriosityStream itself. Its library is ever expanding, and there are amazing documentaries on pretty much every topic you could imagine. I've mentioned before that I love nature documentaries, as it is the closest I get to going outside, and it is chock full of them. So whether you want to hear about whales or bison or pretty much any other animal, they've got you covered. All in all, it's a great deal. For less than $12 a year, you can get all the great stuff on CuriosityStream, as well as a ton of extra content from awesome creators over on Nebula. And at just $1 a month, you'll not only be helping me out, but also be getting more high quality content than you'll know what to do with. So check it out. Anyway, thanks to CuriosityStream for sponsoring this video. For all of you still watching, thank you. I'd like to give a big shout out to my patrons who make this channel possible, as well as William Glenn 8 and Kate for being honorary baggers. I appreciate you all. With that, I hope you have a great day and or night, and I'll see you in the next one.
I can't play video games, man. I can't do this.
Uau, já passaram 28 minutos?
This is through the roof right now.
Tempo voa.
I can't do this. I don't like it.
You're doing great.
Am I good?
You're doing great.
Am I good though?
What do you mean? Like,
Am I good at the game?
No.
Ele aí.
You're doing fine.
Damn. O que é que eu vejo a seguir? Tem aqui uma minhoca, não? Minhoca these nuts. Oh, tá presa. Enganei-me. Mata os filhos das... Sonic Heroes, Heroes, na. Não. Sonic Heroes, Sonic Heroes. Ui, então eu virei ao contrário, caralho. Põe, põe. Ah! Shadunken. Sopros. Shadunken. Pashuken. Estás morto. Oi? Não! Foi-se embora sem mim. Volta aqui. Oh não. Pois. Lá foi lá foi o World Record. Lá foi o caralho. Ia totalmente ter. Duque.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, Rich!
That's right, Mike. It's Christmas time, one of the most important Best of the Worst episodes of the year. And to make sure this one was extra special, I have spent the last 2 months painstakingly screening every holiday movie we have so I could find the worst ones. And let me tell you, Mike, it was f***ing miserable, but it was worth it in the end because I got some doozies here. I've got Hobo's Christmas, Candy Claus, the Santa Surprise, I watched Christmas Train, The Kudzu Christmas. I've got Jack Frost 2.
You watched all of these?
I watched all these. I even watched Hercules, Rectek das Weihnachtsnachts.
What the fuck?
You can't tell what they're saying because it's in German, and that makes it funny.
We're not doing any Christmas films this year.
What?
We're just doing 3 canon movies.
What's a canon movie?
So sorry you wasted so much of your time.
You just picked 3 movies. You didn't even screen them or anything.
No, and you skipped all those chemo treatments too.
I didn't have time.
I didn't ask you to. I mean, you gotta check your email, bro. Oh, no. That was our only copy of Elf Bowling. This fucking crap out of here.
I wish you a Merry Christmas.
All right.
Eu já fiz
We've
aquele.
got all that crap out of the way. We can start reading the boxes of the movies we're actually gonna watch.
You get to pick?
This stocking's for me.
I wonder which of the 3 movies we know we're gonna watch Mike is gonna get.
It's just like some holiday. Why, it's Avenging Force starring Michael Dudikoff.
This isn't Christmas, this is Fakemas. What dirt did Michael Dudikoff have on canon films? Because they kept trying to push him as like an action star. And he's just Michael Dudikoff.
He knew the secret, the dark secret behind their business. They made cheap movies to turn a profit. Michael Dudikoff's style is reminiscent of a young Clint Eastwood. The New York Times. A deadly conspiracy of right-wing lunatic fringe killers slaughtered his friends and family.
Oh my God, friends and family.
A whole bunch of people.
Couldn't they just slaughter him?
Well, maybe he wasn't there. Now, there's only one way for Michael Dudikoff
O superpoder do
to
cogumelo.
survive. He must unleash the power,
Caralho, eu digo cogumelo, mas
cunning,
é
and
snail.
fury
Como é que se diz snail em
the
português?
Avenging Force. So
Camarão.
the fact
Não.
that it's makes it sound like it's
Como
a
é que se diz?
team of people, right? Like the Avengers, the Avenging Force,
Or it's like a power he has within him to avenge?
right? Like a spiritual power, like, yeah, that, I mean, it does just show him, like, all by himself with a crossbow.
It's probably just gonna be him running around in the woods, killing people randomly.
Matt Hunter, Dudikoff, that's his character's name, Matt Hunter, is an ex-Secret Service agent trying to protect his best friend.
Wait, he's trying to protect his best friend, not a... Wait.
They didn't get all of his friends
They
and
didn't
family.
get all of his friends? His best friend survived!
He has so many friends. He's a very likable man. Very affable. Look at this handsome man.
If he's so likable, why would somebody want to kill all of his friends and family?
His best friend from a super secret, so many secrets, band of political terrorists known as the Pentagle. Pentagle? The ruthless organization tortures his ranch and kidnaps his little sister. They didn't get all the family, and they have to do a couple of passes, you know?
So it's like a process.
It's
What a
process.
movie.
There's so many friends and family that they have to do many passes before they kill them all, just because. Hunter is forced into the Pentangle's barbaric manhunt, played out in the remote swamplands of Louisiana. So we got a little most dangerous game situation going here.
Hard target, a little bit of hard target.
It's the ultimate game of cat and mouse as Hunter employs an awesome array of martial arts skills in his desperate fight for survival and revenge.
This sounds
Oh,
like
man.
the ultimate action movie, whatever. It's just all the hey, he killed his family, friends, and also he's got to protect his best friend, and I kidnapped his sister. Hunting him down in Louisiana, dangerous game style, CIA crime.
Hitler was right. Man was a visionary.
It's like bingo, you know.
Bingo?
What do we got?
That is true.
Pull it all out of a hat.
The shotgun approach to action movie ready. Yeah.
Well, it's a canon film and it's directed by Sam Furstenberg, so there's two pluses right there. And has Michael Dudikoff in it.
This is Lastenberg movie.
And here's a little fancy dinner party. So we're not just in the woods. These are the bad guys.
Gotta go to the
There's gonna be
teacher's
some kind
dark
of bad
eye.
boss that he's going to go to his mansion at the end and throw him off the roof of the mansion. Right?
Roof of the mansion or full body experience?
I'm out of here.
Okay. Should I go too?
I need more warriors, Brave. Gravillas.
Hunter. We are the Pentangle Hunting Fraternity. You've been looking for us, I believe.
Oh my God!
Queen Station.
Are those real people? I think the kid was a dummy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna do?
We always do.
Kick them butts.
It would be funny if they both said different things. Make a plan. Improvise. Ah, shit. It was like perfect
let's start.
comedic beat for that to happen there.
Should I read the back of the box to Hercules Rectet von Wiener Schnack? No!
We're opening my stocking now. Oh my god, it's the Barbarians!
Oh my god, it's two buff dudes!
It's David Paul and Peter Paul. They're the Barbarian twins. They became celebrities called the Barbarian Twins because of this film, The Barbarians.
My god.
Stars of the famous films Twin Sitters
What?
and Other. Starring Michael Berryman.
Oh,
Yeah.
we could tell Michael Berryman story.
It's a Christmas tradition now. Gather around the fireplace and listen to Mike awkwardly try to remember something that happened to him. The unstoppable Barbarian Brothers, seen recently in The Flamingo Kid
Hold on.
and DC Cab, pit
Oh.
their awesome brawn and their equally unbelievable sense of humor against the fantastic perils of a violent, primeval world steeped in magic and ruled by the sword. Captured as youths, the identical twins Gore and Kuchek are transformed into bestial, gladiatorial fighting machines.
Wait, hold on.
Escaping the putrid death pits of the evil tyrant Kadar, the twins set off on a fabulous quest to rescue their ravishing queen, vanquish a mythical bog dragon, and recover
Bog?
the magical ruby of life. A wild, double-bladed romp into a fantasy adventure so outrageous, it takes two heroes to handle it. That's them.
Can I just say, I love fantasy names. Because you have normal English like we're speaking, and then you just have somebody called Glorgrox.
Yeah, just put a combination of letters together, and you get Gore and Kuchek
Gore Kuchek, the emulsifier.
versus Kadar.
All right, let's watch it.
It says on the front, the tagline is warriors, conquerors, heroes. Here should be with like a question mark. If it's a comedy, that'd be great.
Their helmets are gonna fall off. They're gonna look into each other's eyes and say, "We're brothers." Let's have sex.
Isto não
Not
dá,
the McNamaras.
não vai dar para subir por aqui. Pois.
He broke the nose with his neck muscles.
My moose call broke the rope.
What the hell? Where's my stocking?
Threw it out. Hey, mine. Breaking and Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo? Let's just do the Breaking 2.
We're skipping Breaking 1?
We're gonna skip Breaking 1, just go to Breaking 2.
Sure, why not?
Ainda gastou. Eu tô...
Okay, even though we're skipping, breaking, the beat doesn't slow down for the Slammin' sequel, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. A hip-hop homage to the, hey kids, let's put on the show musicals of Hollywood's yesteryear. This fly follow-up finds our heroes, Ozone and Turbo.
American Gladiators?
Yeah. They're all aware of the effects of the sun.
Expect the Barbarian Brothers to come
Ozone
out
and
like American Gladiator
Turbo.
outfits and start breakdancing with names like that.
Well, they come out in rescue of a community center facing demolition at the hands of a greedy real estate developer, featuring even more fancy footwork than the original film. Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo is unquestionably the greatest film title of all time.
In the history of film and storytelling, has there ever been a heroic property developer?
Anybody who builds a McDonald's.
I guess.
I don't know, that shit's delicious. Electric Boogaloo!
Meu, a música é fucking banging. Oh?
Am I supposed to get a hot chest from wearing this? Might be wired wrong.
Lost your edge. You're the loser, punk. Try it.
Yes. Here it goes. Dance off.
Everything just leads to a dance-off.
Strip dance off.
Who decides who wins the dance-off?
We'll see.
It looks like
This
they're
is
all
a-
just having fun together now.
It's an artistic interpretation of them fighting in dance form.
Okay.
I think it's not meant to be taken literally. I think.
Ah.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Oh, what a wonderful Christmas this year will be.
Nothing puts me in the Christmas spirit more than gross, drizzly rain. Filming this on a very rainy day.
Windy, blustery.
It's gross.
Yeah,
It's gross.
Not like magical snow.
Would you rather have 4 feet of fucking snow?
Not 4 feet, but I would rather have some.
Well, how about 4 feet of snow, like, but after it's been maintained?
Yeah,
by
I
the
like a
city?
lot of
It's
snow when
a
I don't have to
day
deal with
after
it.
4 feet of
Sure.
something.
I prefer snow to mud.
December is the month of gray skies and human misery. December
But
is the most
no
miserable
gaspa.
month, which is why we've just stuck this artificially cheery holiday
Yeah.
near the end of it.
Yeah.
Just so more people don't kill themselves in December, okay?
Put lights up, get your vitamin D.
Whatever distraction you need. Yeah.
That's why, to take our mind off this miserable month, we have now done our second traditional canon Christmas Best of the Worst episode. Yeah.
This really
Well, it's a very special holiday.
It's a Christmas spirit.
I have to grab the host reins because I didn't pick anything out of these socks.
It's true.
You
it's true.
fuckers did.
But you are the one that in years past has been, why aren't we doing another canon Christmas episode?
Because
We had a wonderful time the first time we did it. We watched Death Wish 3, and I don't remember a single other thing we watched.
Our first movie today is Avenging Force, and Mike, you didn't pick this out of the stocking. So
Yeah, I did. We had a couple.
Our first of 2 Sam Furstenberg movies.
First.
He was
two.
first and last tonight.
What do we call the second one?
Middleburger, directed by someone else.
Secondberg? I don't know. Well, we had the choice between a couple of different canon action films that were placed inside my stocking. I went with this because the premise sounded a little more out there than the other action movies. And, you know what's funny about tonight?
What?
is that all three movies were adequately good for what they were.
They were easily talked through.
I mean, you could pay attention, but carry on conversation.
Yeah, you
and,
perk
like,
up when
just
something exciting
like,
happens.
Thin on
Yo,
plot,
isso é fixe.
This one stars Michael Dudikoff.
American Ninja.
He's got the personality of a ream of...
Nós costumamos dizer que ver filmes com pessoal é podre porque não se pode falar, mas na verdade os filmes que são podre, nos quais dá para falar o tempo todo, é mesmo divertido. Tipo estar a ver no sofá com um grupo.
Paper.
Yet he started multiple
Merda
canon
tipo The
action
Room
films.
and
Cannon was really trying to push him. I think it was a case of like they'd look at their scripts and be like, "Well, we can't put Charles
Agora,
Bronson in
obviamente.
everything."
And Charles Bronson cannot do kicking.
Obviamente que se estiveres a ver
If I had to guess,
Os Segredos Inocentes ou caralho, é impossível falar,
Probably
não é?
started off as like Chuck Norris's stunt double.
That's a good guess. It's a real good guess.
They said, take that fake mustache off that man and make him the lead. Yeah.
We could do it for a third of the price.
Yes, yeah, that's probably a part of it too.
Now wait, I got to stop myself here for one moment.
Oh, okay.
Because skimming the description, I forgot about one really important part: production value. They put a lot of money into this, and I got to give them a little credit for that. The movie takes place in New Orleans, also known as New Orleans. New Orleans.
There's still too many syllables.
Nola.
Us Milwaukeeans trying to sound like we're from New Orleans. I'm gonna get me a po' boy sandwich and down in New Orleans and some fried crawdaddy lobster fish, whatever.
Yeah, a little bit of that
I'm gonna
French
get the
Creole.
I
French
guarantee.
Creole jambalaya fried crawdaddy po' boy fish down in New Orleans with some blackened shrimp rice crawdaddy po' boy French beignet sandwich.
Seems very rich.
I really, yeah, they have a big appetite down in New Orleans, but
A big appetite for pots filled with tons of different things.
just fish and
Throw it all in.
crustaceans.
A booyah base. Yeah.
Is it a bug or a fish or I don't throw it in a pot.
We'll eat it in a brothel.
Yeah.
But you set your action movie in New Orleans, Louisiana, and we see a forest on the back, and we're like, oh no, they're just gonna go in the forest. What's New Orleans famous for? The bayous, swamps, Mardi Gras, and excessive crime.
Who's scared?
Oh, look at all these babies.
Baby pickup time. Everybody grab your babies.
Something bad's gonna happen.
Oh my god.
Oh my God!
Oh my god.
They shot Bubba.
Jesus. Yes. They're killing everybody.
So this
That
is
whole
not.
town was his friends?
This is not shooting the rodeo.
Yeah, they filmed the rodeo, they shot the rodeo, they filmed some stuff, got some cutaways, and then kind of recreated a chunk of it for their shootout.
Sure, I mean,
and
that
we
makes
were
sense.
we were like, whoa, extras, squibs, you know, they did a lot with this.
We watch a lot of low budget movies that are, wannabe Hollywood movies. And like, I think the thing that defines a canon movie is just, they transcend that a bit. The effort.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of B-movie schlock, but goddamn, they give it their all to make these B-movies feel like A movies.
We're not just going to have characters shoot at each other for 15 minutes and that's our action scene. They're going to shoot at each other, then run to a new location and shoot at each other some more, and then run up a ladder and shoot at each other some more, and then someone's fallen off that building.
Go flying off the thing. Somebody's gonna get knocked off the roof, possibly both of them. Look, he's right on the edge. Come on. Yeah!
I'm a little disappointed it wasn't a dummy.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
a fun shot.
I saw you knock that guy off the roof. Good job.
In another movie, this just would have been people walking around in the woods on a normal best of the worst night, and it would have been fucking awful. But here, you got a fucking car chase that ends up in a warehouse by a dock, and then 3 people get knocked off of a giant scaffolding, and they fall 100 feet into the ocean.
And not to mention the premise, the brutality of the premise. Michael Dudikoff plays ex-CIA agent
Mike Hunter.
Matt Hunter. Hunter was his name. Matt Hunter. And he has his best friend is a black guy who's running politician who's running for Senate. The villains of the film are the Pentagle.
Pentacle.
Pentacle.
Pentangle.
Pentangle?
The Pentaveret.
It's a 5-fingered organization called the Pentangle, run by
Old man. And his second in command is Goldacott, who should have been the main henchman, because goddamn, that man is a great villain.
Yes, well said.
You know who he is?
That's
Glastonbury?
You should trademark that saying. Whatever you just said, just trademark it. Glastonbury. He's the bad guy.
Glastonbury is the bad guy.
The Gimp, aka the butch man, bald butch man with the mustache, and then there's younger man. I don't know.
The Don Johnson
look like
other guy.
But the important part is they're members of a group that is like xenophobic, racist. They don't like minorities. They're like America.
They're the most racist.
They're
the most
super
racist people you'll ever know.
They are absolutely disgusting human beings.
Americans, they call us paranoid because we love our country. Rioting in the streets of our cities. Civil disorder everywhere. Dope-crazed savages. Gangs of rapists. Sniveling politicians.
This movie should have been called Electric Boogaloo.
They should just copy this text for like a Trump speech.
Yeah.
Pump it through the teleprompter just to see if he reads it.
He'll just read it, like Ron Burgundy.
So they kill Michael Dudikoff's friend who's running for Senate. I don't remember his name.
Well, they don't kill him.
No, they just shoot up his son first.
Oh, yeah, well,
Something Richards.
Bubba the tractor driver.
a whole bunch of bad shit happens to him and his wife and his little kids, and it's really bad.
One of his kids gets shot, and you're like, oh my god, this movie just killed a child.
During the Mardi Gras parade.
During the Mardi Gras
It's
parade.
older child. There's Willis and Arnold.
Willis got shot.
Yeah, when Willis gets shot first.
That's the inciting incident for the whole movie, and I was like, oh, okay, this is pretty brutal. They're murdering a child, but that's what you need to make us hate our villains, and that's the kickoff for the whole film. Little did we know that as the movie would go on, it would get more and more violent and cruel and brutal towards this poor family.
Oh man, does it ever.
We have some middling action in the middle of the movie, and then we have the most glorious action scene.
Well, their original house in New Orleans, in like the downtown area, gets graffitied up.
Oh yeah.
And it gets a swastika or two on it.
Some racist
Poor
stuff.
spelling racism.
And then they say, we have to move you to this secure farmhouse, and we're gonna have like FBI or CIA guys like protecting you and your family.
We promise they won't get distracted by soup.
Getting a little chilly outside. Hot soup on the stove.
Oh my god!
Woo!
Oh! Dang, it was a straight up grenade.
They shoot the senator in the leg with an arrow. They set the house on fire. They kill all the security guards. They shoot his wife in the barn, like just off camera. She's just like, oh no, don't.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
Oh, she spits at him. She spits at him.
Oh, damn. Jesus.
Whoa!
The most heroic death of all time, even though it doesn't work out in the end. When he goes back into the house, he's shot with a fucking arrow in his back, and he still goes in to save his child.
His child is up on like the 3rd floor, so he gets to the 2nd floor, and then the stairs collapse.
I can't go any further. It's now on you, Michael Dudikoff.
Yeah.
And then Michael Dudikoff just
my God.
fucks up.
Oh my god! Yeah.
And that kid.
He's somehow oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
At least his boring
Demasiado alto.
Yeah.
So hey, they did
Já não
kill
são
his
horas.
family and friends.
Yeah, it happened. Well, he goes outside. He's on the roof, and then him and a dummy version of that child just fall off that goddamn roof. That kid would have been dead right
'cause
there.
he got shot through the leg too.
Yeah.
Yes,
That,
with an
that kid
arrow.
would have been dead because they smack into the roof
Oh, yeah,
and then they
yeah.
smack into the porch and then they smack onto the ground.
The kid
and that
was the
kid's,
buffer.
That kid is just fine until they shoot and can murder him.
He gets put out of his misery. Well, he probably broke every bone in his body. He got more fucked up than Zoops.
Who's Zoops? What are you talking about?
Electric Boogaloo. Gooba and Zoops. What were their true names? What were the
Turbo and
Ozone. Whichever character fell down all the concrete steps.
That was Turbo.
I don't know. He got more fucked up. He was probably end up in the hospital like Turbo with all of his broken limbs and thing.
There would be no dancing.
Musk.
Michael Dudikoff got an arrow in the leg and pulled it out.
Jamais
and
un
said,
rythme.
Sorry, kid, I'm out of here.
Ah.
My leg hurts a little.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Eles não sabem ir para a cama, mano. Tem que ir para a cama.
Shit got dark.
Too far.
There's a daughter, a sister.
His younger
A sister.
sister.
So Dudikoff.
His sister daughter.
His
Should
sister
have been
daughter.
his daughter.
Yeah.
Or his wife.
I'm looking for a girl 12 years old.
But she loves making coffee, and then
That
she's
old
like,
man tells her to make coffee in the car. Now pull my
Give me some coffee.
right when we go over those railroad tracks.
I swear, I should have finished the dishes.
Should have waited till
too late.
after we crossed the railroad tracks.
Remember when Grandpa got blowed up by a grenade? So then we get to the last trope of this, which is almost just randomly tacked on to everything else this movie does, which is the most dangerous game.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like what the back of the box alludes to. So we're like, oh, this is going to be one of those movies.
Right.
Hard Target, Apex, the famous movie Apex with Bruce
That's a
Willis.
good film.
Deadly Prey.
Deadly Prey, we're like, they're going to wander around the woods. But yeah, it's only the final act of the movie.
But here's the thing, though, and it probably made this 20 times harder for them to film. They had it fucking raining.
Yeah, through the whole thing.
Which, despite the fact that they're filming in the woods, made it seem not cheap
Yeah.
and visually interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it made it feel more like, yeah, dangerous. Like they're not just fighting; they got to slip around in the bayou. They make a mention of like, oh, alligators. They go crazy when it's raining.
Looks like a storm's brewing, boys.
Rain brings the gators out.
Which they don't really pay off because there's never an alligator.
Yeah, I
but-
thought one was going to come out of the water.
I was
Where's
waiting
the
for
quick
Michael
monitor-looking
Dudikoff
thing?
to get
have
into
a
a
shot
fist fight
of
with an
one, yeah.
alligator.
Yeah. Given this movie, given the production company and the budget, I don't know if they had a rain machine or if it was really raining out, but
It's raining for a good majority of it, where I think they would have to have a rain machine because I was filming over like days.
this is like suck up the water on the ground and shoot it up in the air. Like,
I don't know.
Because everyone's up to their like knees in water.
You just put one end of the hose into the swamp, Mike.
That's what I'm saying.
That's just it. It's like, then you gotta, it's like, okay, every living thing in this swamp is gonna be raining down on you. But
Get
fucking
sucked
just
up in that
focus.
motor and get chopped up.
You're just gonna get covered in alligator
Snakes,
feces.
Just imagine, just go under the water. If you feel like you just take that punch, go into the rinse off, come back up,
Yeah.
get more fecal matter on you.
Like, and they're really fighting in a swamp. I mean, there's legitimate dangers of snakes and leeches and crawdaddies and
the pea fish, the insects,
Piranhas?
like no, it's that's
I don't know
maybe
what-
an Amazon thing.
This is canon. If it's badass, they're gonna do it.
The Star Trek actor?
Yeah.
Impalement.
Oh, look at his legs! They're
Yeah.
going crazy. It's also visually kind of interesting because all the villains, all the Pentangle, have their own little costume. One looks like the Gimp. One looks like a member of the Eyes Wide Shut orgy party.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, they all have their own little like shtick. I wish there was more of that throughout the movie because it starts that way and it ends that way. And the middle is when the movie kind of sags a bit.
But then the dude's voice was like, I killed you and I.
Mr. Jack Cage, late of the United States Secret Service.
Said he sounds like Snagglepuss or something. There's some sort of Hanna-Barbera
Snidely
character.
Whiplash.
I'll get you next time, Dudikoff.
They're
And
bad.
if you're gonna have a far right like community, have a salute. Like
They sort of
that.
did.
They did,
Kinda.
but it's like there was like this, and then some people were like that.
No,
and
they
then some
were like
people
they were like They didn't do the full.
Boa noite,
like, Nazi
Maria, tudo
salute.
bem?
Yeah, but main dude
Seja
was like
bem-vinda.
his arm like
Mais um
flapping,
episódio.
kinda.
Yeah.
And then some people are like, oh, my
It was
armpits.
They didn't
are
know
like
what they were
this.
supposed to do.
Yeah,
They were like, "Are we
fucking
Nazis?"
Uniform.
Sort of
If
Nazis.
only Kanye were there to show them how to do it properly.
I know the goddamn liberals
Mas voltar
scream
nunca.
fascist, but the simple truth is, Hitler was right. Man was a visionary.
I see good things about Hitler also.
What weird times we live.
Juntar o Kenny.
Yeah, who would've
Adoro
thought?
este edit.
Who would've thought?
Epá, que bom edit.
You don't set a movie in
Eu acabei de ver,
Louisiana
eu acabei de ver o Kenny
not just the dry woods.
a dizer que gosta do Hitler.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I could leave the set.
Hoje, vi esse podcast hoje.
Actually, your body is going to be invisible for the rest of the movie in the background. You have to lie in this mud puddle. No, we can talk about the final fight because it's an interesting idea for a fight.
Yeah, they don't execute it
No.
perfectly.
Oh, when he goes to his house?
Yeah.
When they go into specifically the ancient weapons room.
Yes, I loved it.
Well, Dudikoff interrupts the fancy dinner, where I guess they're just hanging out with a bunch of other racists and a little cat.
Estavas a resolver o telemóvel.
They just talk about their plans for world domination.
Yeah, they're talking about how much they love Hitler. This is where they specifically are referencing Hitler for the first time in the film. Still covered in blood. He didn't even go home and change his clothes.
Well, he whitened his shirt a little bit. I think like if his shirt would have dried with all the swamp on it, it wouldn't be just like blood. It'd be some dirt.
Okay.
Some like just Have you ever rolled around in swamp water and then had it dry out?
Probably found some crawdaddies in his underwear, a po' boy in between his butt cheeks.
What the hell
That is a
happened to
po'
New
boy.
Orleans?
There's all sorts of stuff floating around in the water.
Po' boys? Just nothing but po' boys.
Some Mardi Gras beads in his
Discarded
crotch.
bras.
Yeah. He's just like pulling it all out of his clothes. Oh, gross.
Oh, God.
Dry off. Go to his house. I thought he was gonna kill that whole room of people.
They missed a trick with this.
Importa
Because
tentar,
when the
Maria.
bad guy gets up to meet Dudikoff at the dinner. He says, "I'll do that."
I will return.
Também estou meio a telefonar a
And
quem?
God, did they miss an opportunity for Dudikoff to just like throw his body into the room
Right into the middle of the table.
before stepping in and telling all the dinner parties there, "I'm out to get you guys next."
You're next.
Yeah, they really missed a trick.
Make some better choices, or you're next.
Spreading all over this country like a brush fire on a hot summer day.
I'm gonna put the suit of armor on now. Give me a few moments.
That would be funny.
A bateria desmaiou.
You can barely move for the final fight.
Dudikoff just can't defeat him.
Damn, que cena estranha.
He just keeps hitting him with like a club and it just does nothing.
It's just like the ultimate draw. Just never stops. Both get tired and fall asleep. The next day
They wake up, they start again.
they start again. Oh, it's on.
Quarter stand.
This movie is the ultimate like of peaks and valleys of boredom and excitement. Woo! It shows he knows.
They're just gonna use all the weapons.
Yeah! Fuck my tables. Fuck my glass cases.
But that Dudikoff fights him. Well, they have a little conversation. They go up the stairs to the weapons room.
Yeah.
I think it was a little reminiscent of Enter the Dragon, because like after the mirror room or whatever, there's like all the weapons and shit.
Yeah.
So it was like honky Enter the Dragon.
They're like Matrix Reloaded when they fight with all the weapons in the big French mansion.
No.
You remember?
Vaguely remember that film.
I mean, he's talking about some kind of shit movie, Enter the Dragon. I don't know what that is. I'm talking about Matrix Reloaded.
Before all the angry
real
comments,
movie.
should we make a point, text at the bottom of the screen to make sure people understand that you do know in reality what Enter the Dragon
Well,
is?
no.
Okay.
No, let them figure out.
Let them fight.
Yeah.
Let them eat cake.
Let them
I can't believe Mike so class doesn't even know.
Eu pesquisar nestes telemóveis e como eles passarem-se quando um não atualiza o software e a bateria descarrega.
Say,
A
what is
última
that,
solução que me deram foi
Jack?
usar um carregador turbo, mas não tenho nada disso. Nunca ouvi falar de carregadores turbo. Eu não percebo muito de telemóveis hoje em dia.
How ironic. African art.
Oh.
Right?
I get it. Fall on him.
I can't believe it. No.
Bota de fora mais turbo.
Got a little tough on his knees after 12 takes, but.
She's through the crisis. She's coming round.
She'll be traumatized
O
for the
nome
rest of her
sugere
life,
isso, pelo menos.
Let me recommend a good therapist.
Oh, hi. But you said Canon like eventually pushed themselves to the brink where they ran out of money. They tried to take on bigger properties like Masters of the Universe and Superman 4.
Yeah.
And then, do you think like this one was which phase was this like right before?
This was like right in the
Marvel
prime
universe.
period where they were at the
Like,
top of their
like,
game.
We're like spending more and more and more and more.
This money train is never gonna end.
With that fucking rain, if it was
I mean,
a rain machine.
I was impressed
then-
with the
They
production
used
value.
a rain machine, yeah.
In terms of like all three of these movies, the production value in all three of these movies was pretty darn good.
Yeah, I think all three of these are kind of in the height of Canon's power, whatever you want to call it. Success.
They were in full bloom.
Yes, yes. And this movie is like, this is what built the company. They had some more successful movies, the kind of more famous ones that we joke about, like Death Wish 3, but kind of C-grade action schlock. It's not too memorable, but is kind of fun. That was their bread and butter, and Avenging Force is like right in there.
It's a little unfocused, and if you focus, we should get in a time machine and go back in time and be like consultants on Canon films.
Listen, Menachem.
Listen, Menachem, it's not going to cost you a dime to add a little characterization to Michael Dudikoff.
Couple lines of dialogue.
A couple lines of dialogue, a couple scenes with a lady.
They did the breakdown. It would have taken like 4 months of having him work with an acting coach in order to give him his character arc, and that was just too costly.
You'll have your next big action film that's going to play in theaters, and people are going to line around the block to watch it. It's going to be the next big thing. Trust us. You just got to make a couple tweaks to your film.
I want to make Superman 4. No. Oh, no.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I want to make Masters of the
A
Universe.
Maria, não te posso garantir que não, não sei. Eu, honestamente,
All the kids that love
mais uma
me
vez,
are
Maria,
now in college, but I'm still
estou
living
desligado
Masters of the Universe.
para o que é que são
He
telemóveis.
had that idea because of ball gag.
Mas não estás a fazer nada de estranho com o telemóvel. Em princípio, não.
He looks like a He-Man character, a little more kinky, but...
É só um telemóvel a carregar.
We'll get our He-Man characters until
Eu
the
não
next
sei.
movie. Then we get our He-Man characters.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good segue, because their bodies look exactly like those He-Man action figures.
They...
I always thought He-Man was anatomically incorrect until I saw
Been
the
proven
Barbarians.
wrong by the Barbarian Brothers.
Our next film of the evening was The Barbarians, and I believe, Jay, you picked this one?
I did. I pulled this
my
out of my
God.
stocking. It was such a shock. I didn't know what
Esqueço-me
film
sempre que
I
as
was
séries são
getting.
mesmo agradáveis de ver. Devíamos ter visto as séries, Maria.
Randomly chosen out of the 3 options
Peter
that we watched
Paul and
3
David
of.
Paul, the Barbarian Brothers.
There's nobody. No music. No colors. Nothing.
So they were hired for their acting.
Right.
Should have called this movie The Acting Brothers.
Why didn't they star in more movies?
They did. They started a number of movies as the Barbarian Twins because I think it started with this movie, and they were like trying to make that the thing.
Mas
Like,
Dr.
we're gonna
Mario.
market them. They're going to be the next big action comedy stars.
You must work real hard and never say no.
Tu és muito pro.
In a day, it went real slow. Like the pyramid
Schwarzenegger's huge, both physically and successfully.
Yeah, and these guys are twice as huge physically because there's 2 of them.
Mas ela com o comando na boca.
What could go wrong?
You mean you wanna arm wrestle?
They need Austrian accents is the problem.
I don't know. I think they are what save this movie, or what make this movie, I should say. The movie itself is fine.
but it starts as a very like typical kind of mid 80s sword and sorcery movie, barbarian movie.
Richard Lynch. Right?
Richard Lynch, yeah.
He actually thinks he's in a real fantasy movie.
Everyone thinks they're in a real fantasy movie except for the barbarian twins and their little girl that
Kara.
follows them on their adventure.
Gee, thanks.
But yeah, no, and that's the interesting thing where it makes me wonder if like this was conceived to be just a generic barbarian movie, and then for whatever reason, Golan and Globus got in their heads like these guys, these meatheads we met at the gym are going to be the next big action star. Put them in your movie.
Are you kidding? Oh, look at us. We're huge.
They're fun to watch. It doesn't make for a good movie, but they seem to be just having a good time, and I think that rubs off on your viewing of it, where you're like, you know what, they're having fun.
Like my Wonder Woman.
Hey, buddy. Nice eye. By the way, you know where we can buy any weapons?
Hey, got an idea. What if I said this in the scene? I'll just
Nice
say it.
eye.
Hey, yo.
Say whatever you want, sir. Just don't hit me. They needed-
Fuck,
the
man.
comedy
I still
dial
need
was at,
some
like,
more
2.5.
acid.
They needed to turn it up to like 8. Like my rewrite of them being like New Jersey gym rats who are working out late at night that get sucked into a time vortex because they're arguing with each other like, yeah, no,
You bonehead.
what do we do? What do we do them? And they sound like they're from the East Coast. They don't sound like they're from like some mystical land of whatever. Yeah. They sound dumb.
Yeah, right here. There's no ruby here. I know there's no ruby here. What do you want me to do? There's no ruby here. No kidding, but what am I supposed to do? So what are we gonna do? I don't know.
It's like, we'll do your movie if we could just flex our muscles, and also we love Abbott and Costello. So if we could do our version of Abbott and Costello jokes.
Look, I just want to lift someone above my head every once in a while.
Yeah. Like Bill and Ted, like our stupid California surfer guys.
If Bill and Ted were bodybuilders.
If Bill and Ted were bodybuilders, equally intelligent, got thrown into some historical context.
You make them so stupid, they think they're at the Renaissance Fair.
Sure.
They're never aware
They're
of.
never aware.
Well, that's kind of the first
that
half
it's a
of
fantasy world.
like Galaxy Quest, right? Where they don't think any of this is real, right? And that's where the comedy comes from.
Yeah.
Here, it is a straightforward kind of sword and sorcery barbarian movie, with the only joke really being the anachronistic qualities of their performances.
Yes.
And the girl. who
Fourth
seems
wall
like-
breaking joke.
Yeah, very like the girl is very like Valley Girl.
Look at the size of you two.
She looks like a young Britney Spears, and she just sounds like the girl at the mall.
Yeah.
I think she took her cues though from the Barbarian Brothers, and that's the kind of movie. Okay,
Sure.
that's how they're acting. That's the tone of this movie. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, and she thought, well, that's what I need to do.
And I'm going to place a high value bet on the fact that the director didn't give a fuck. Sam Furstenberg.
No, this isn't Sam Furstenberg. This is Sam Furstenberg. The middle one is this is like an Italian co-production because the director is
Big
Ruggero
pieces.
Deodato, famously directed the classic children's film Cannibal Holocaust.
Okay.
A miracle. A miracle. The Ragniks can choose another queen.
Hurry! Bring all the virgins!
We're all gonna get laid.
Claudio Di Bergargo.
Claudio Fragasso?
Claudio Fragasso. He had no idea what was going on. He didn't
It's
know
possible.
that their performance was goofy. He just was like, "What's going on? Where's the camera pointing? What's going on?"
I don't know.
The
The
big
Barbarians.
man to say the things you hit
The
me
Barbarian
one more
brother.
time. And he had no idea what they were doing.
Are you saying the Barbarians were acting out a scene, and he's facing another way, looking at the crew, thinking
Yes.
the crew are like the extras?
The movie, yes. He thought the muscle guys were like the guys that just like rig up all the equipment.
He's facing the wrong way, thinking, "Geez, I wish my key grips would put on a shirt."
Right? Yes. These are the strongest
Come on,
key
guys.
grips I ever worked with.
You're distracting everybody else with your muscles. We're trying to shoot a film here.
They weigh 397 kilograms. They can stomp on my grapes. Smash my grapes on my vineyard.
Do your job. The star of my movie is trying to light the set.
I don't like the axe. I want the sword.
What?
Never mind, I want it back.
The Barbarian Twins?
It opens with a caravan of circus folk.
Yep.
With magical
Jugglers,
properties. Jugglers,
fire
fire
spitters.
breathers, fire spitters, people, knife thrower. They're practicing.
Jamiroquai.
They are magical creatures who have a magic ruby, the MacGuffin of the film,
Okay,
that
Paula
gives
Sproul.
you
Makes them
magic
creative.
something.
It,
I don't know.
it gives you entertainment powers.
Yeah, purchased for a mountain of gold.
Because they have the magic ruby, they are given a magic tattoo that allows them to pass through any land in this world that is ruled by the power of the sword. So they're basically immune to any warring factions all over the world. They're happy entertainers that are given a free pass by anyone to travel around the world, except when Richard Lynch shows up and says,
bastard.
I'm a bad guy. They fight them, there's a battle scene.
And to the movie's credit, all these circus folk use all their talents to fight the bad guys.
Yes, that is it's a fun
It
sequence.
would have been a better movie if it were just about the circus troupe having to fight against
I
this
enjoyed
force.
that.
Yeah.
We had Paul Rubens wearing the Queen Amidala headdress. Yes. We had a whole array of colorful, wacky characters. But the point is, the Barbarian Twins. Names?
The Barbarian
Paul,
Twin.
David, Paul, and
No,
Peter
and their
Paul.
characters. names.
Gorgar and
Gorgon.
Korkuchi.
Zorgon and
Gorkon.
Gore and Kuchek.
Kuchek. Yes.
They are mere 7, 8-year-old boys.
Yes.
That then get sold off into slavery by Richard Lynch.
He
the bad guy.
promises not to kill them, which
promises-
is why the queen submits to him.
Yes, but their entire lives, from age 8 to age 25, is spent carrying rocks, breaking rocks in a slave mine or a work camp, being whipped by Michael Berryman.
The Dirt Master.
And then they
Dirt Master.
They
Dirt
come out of the
Master.
situation not grizzled and angry and bitter and dark, but happy-go-lucky gym rats from New Jersey.
And that's the joke of the movie.
Our villain, who has promised not to kill these boys, neither him nor anybody under his rule is allowed to kill these children. So the clever way around that is to train them all their life to be gladiators, to put helmets on them,
They've been separated since
Yes.
they were children,
Since-
so they haven't seen each other.
and to have them kill each other.
It
And
doesn't
then
go so well.
the subversion is they take off each other's helmets and they're just, hey,
Jeez,
oh,
huh?
it's you, hey, we're gonna buddy you right.
Hey, we're big dumb guys.
Get your arms out of the way.
Yeah, no shit.
Your leg.
That would be
Nuts.
fucking great if they're chopping off
Yeah.
arms. But they don't give a fuck.
Give it.
Oh,
Hey! It's a Christmas miracle. So happy. Oh. Oh.
Oh, they're conveniently knocking each other's helmets off. These are my
Oh,
feet.
look like me.
Stop it, please! Stop it, please! Stop!
Canary, she's alive. That's right, Bonehead. I wish I could get out of here.
Bonehead. I wish they established that a little bit more
Oh, they're knocking everything
as
down.
children.
That they're goofy?
That they fucking want. It's like, cut it out, Bonehead.
I just want to play with the scorpion.
Oh no.
It's hamming it up.
Now, I'm surprised that the dude didn't want to kill these kids after one of the kids bit off dude's fingers.
Because the queen
Oh, man.
promised to surrender to him if he wouldn't kill them.
Man,
He
if
said-
my fingers bit off, I probably would just be like, I don't know what happened. I'm in pain.
It was an accident.
I snapped this child's neck.
Oh, also, I live in this horrible world where everybody's a monster. Who cares if I break my word or not?
Without getting crass, what did the Queen provide Richard Lynch?
Nothing. This movie is not fully thought through.
Because
She was the second of his harem.
He called it his harem. But unlike the other women in his harem that just kind of laid around in a big pile and slept on each other, she was specifically kept in a cage. But it was like
It
there
wasn't
was
as
this.
blatant with the rape as most barbarian movies are.
Yes.
That's true. It was kind of like a PG barbarian movie. But he didn't. I guess did they ever like press her about the ruby? Like,
Who teach you to defy the sorceress?
Oh man.
Oh, it's been 10 years. You're now just getting around to asking her.
They do this every day for 10 years.
We don't. It's important. He seems to want it. We don't know why he wants it. Why does this villain, who already is in charge of his empire, want a gem that will make you more entertaining at parties?
He just wants to be a juggler.
He's like, I'm sick of being the one at the table, not saying anything while I'm eating his soup.
Should this movie have gone full comedy? Should there have been scenes with Richard Lynch and he's got like juggling pins and he just keeps trying but he just can't do it?
Damn it! He's really good at being like an evil dictator monster, but he's not good at entertaining.
He keeps forcing his underlings to watch his stand-up comedy routines, and then if you don't laugh, you get beheaded. Problem is, there's a lot in this movie that we're just not sure if they're supposed to be jokes that didn't land or not.
Yeah.
So if they're going for comedy, they missed the mark. Because there's when they go into the lair to get the gem, we keep seeing glimpses of this monster that's following them.
Oh, yeah.
It's lurking in the background, and we see its eyes. It's build up to this, what you think is going to be an epic encounter with this wolf monster.
Wolf? They said wolf?
Oh my god.
It's a wolf man.
Oh! Whoa!
He just wanted to be your friend.
Oh my god. That was it?
And they just cut his head off right away, and it's no problem.
Immediately.
Arms coming out of
And then
everything.
mock his corpse.
And then they mock it. He's like holding it up, making it bark.
Yeah. Jesus. Let's let this go on for 10 minutes.
She was smiling like that was just like an outtake.
They're just moving around.
Yeah.
Was that a poorly executed joke where the confrontation they've been building up to was an anticlimax?
Maybe?
Maybe?
The red ruby
Yes.
was put inside the eye of like a stone snake sculpture.
Yes.
That was protected by the dragon.
Yes.
And in order for them to go get the ruby, they had to get weapons, remember? So they go to that like disgusting bar thing where all the people...
medieval strip club?
The medieval strip club where there was a contortionist dancing on a stage covered with fur.
Hello, Maria.
Remember, Rich, they desperately need weapons.
Some people, and then they find magic weapons somewhere, and then the bad guys beat them too. I guess the
bad guys
Evil
didn't
Lynn
get the sacred weapons, so Evil Lynn and Michael Barrymore aren't able to defeat the dragon. They
Berryman.
get eaten. Barry.
He's not related to
your best friend Drew Barrymore.
To Drew, yeah. And
Which
so
is that another joke? Here's two of our main villains, and our heroes don't even have a confrontation with them. They just get eaten by a dragon off screen. Was that supposed to be a joke?
Dragon.
Guest director Sam Raimi.
They're going inside.
That's the last
and
one.
And then Evil Lynn, aka Evil Lynn, I don't know what else to call her.
Evil Lynn.
Richard.
She had
call her
China.
China's her name.
China. Which was confusing because we thought they were talking about China.
Richard Hatch, for some reason, has an Evil Lynn, and then at the end she gets sucked up by the dragon, and then our barbarians go inside the dragon's mouth and find her. And is that when they get the red ruby from her?
Oh yeah, because it's in her hand.
It's in her hand.
Inside the dragon.
Not chewed up. I guess the dragon just swallowed her whole
and killed her. Maybe she had a heart attack from the weird experience.
It's like a boa constrictor. It swallows you whole and then just digests it.
Yeah, but she's not being constricted. The dragon swallows her whole. She has plenty of room.
Stomach acid.
But now she's just dead.
There's no oxygen inside the dragon. She passed out.
Okay.
She died of embarrassment.
Now it's time to talk about the smooch herd around the world. Rich, tell us all about barbarian incest.
Well, this is
What happened?
That was such a smooth transition from what we were talking about.
I know. I want to talk about it. I've been waiting to talk about it.
A música.
Oh!
Wait.
Oh my guess
She does look like Britney Spears.
That's very unfortunate.
No, we're only supposed to suck dick. Can we do that again in a different situation?
Nope. We knew these guys wanted to kiss each other from the get-go.
I mean, they're living out the McNamara brothers' biggest fantasy, really. Because there's a bit in the movie.
To fuck yourself?
It's yes, it's the ultimate narcissism.
These guys are who the McNamara brothers wish they were. These guys are bigger,
Yes.
they're funnier, and they go full force and kiss each other on the mouth.
They're younger, they're stronger, they're handsomer, and they're not Canadian. They are the McNamara's dream come true. And they actually can fuck each other. McNamara's can't due to a contractual obligation.
Who made this contract?
They did. Their mother did. Rich, tell us all about the kiss heard around the world.
It's a trope in movies that when like the guy and girl who don't necessarily like each other are forced to work together, but they don't want to get noticed by the guards because their faces are recognizable. So the guards walk by and they start kissing, and the guards won't see our faces. And so the joke is the two brothers are standing next to each other when the guards come by. It's, oh no, we have to kiss each other, and that was done as a joke, but I think they got uncomfortable about being seen as gay. So immediately after this, there's like 5 not gay scenes where they
Just oogle boobs.
They just run into the bad guy's harem and just ravish his girls all night long. Right after.
But even before that,
I'm
it's
not
only
gay.
the next scene.
Yeah,
It's
come
not
on,
even
man.
the next second.
Yeah.
Because they kiss each other, and then there's just a tent of
Yep.
naked women for no reason.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
And
It's
they
not
just
even a scene.
oogle boobies,
Yeah.
so they're not, so that they confirm
It's like
that
they
they're not
climb-
gay.
they
And
climb
then they
out of the
actually
hole.
looked at the camera and said, "We're not gay.
Yeah.
Look, boobies."
So the ultimate climax of the film, the showdown between the Barbarians and Richard Lynch.
Oh God, what a lame.
Hey, como é que é, Vitor?
Missing 2 fingers on 1 hand. That's what happened. He went to pull the trigger. And he pulled the trigger.
Pedi a tua companhia nos streams.
Seriously, that's what happened.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That's a wonderful.
That didn't even register with me. I forgot about the fingers.
That's the perfect combination of clever.
Pediste Wonder Tuga News. Durante as streams da
I'll take
Niza.
that.
I'll take that.
After a while, you feel phantom fingers like
Yeah,
Phantom
because they
Limbs
did
and
it.
shit.
They did it.
They've never reiterated the fingers thing since the very beginning, so I
No.
completely forgot about it.
They should have set it up a little more.
And he completely forgets that he lost his trigger finger 11 years ago.
Right after it happened, he had some kind of thing on his hand, but then after that, they
You just forget about it.
yeah. I mean, maybe that was, to them, that was the payoff. This thing that happened at the beginning of the movie, you know, Citizen Kane says Rosebud in the beginning. We don't hear about it till the fucking end, right?
Yeah. The weird thing is,
Tens tu
though,
fim de quê?
like, it's been 11 years. You'd think he
Vou
would
ser
have
beta de
learned
novo.
that he doesn't have fingers anymore by then.
Ele vai dizer tipo o fim dos.
But yeah, that's the Barbarians.
These nuts,
I don't
so
know. I know these guys did some other movies that were all like cheapo garbage. They
Oh.
did not become the next Schwarzenegger.
It's good that a brother found out. It's just like, I don't really want this thing. I want the other thing. But then again, he really wants my thing. So I'm gonna have fun with it. He's gonna be like, give me that, I want that.
Fim da desigualdade entre os homens e as mulheres para qualquer ser humano, independentemente do órgão genital.
That was
Tudo
like,
possa
they thought
viver
that
uma
was
vida
such
sem
a good
preconceito.
joke that becomes the capper to the whole movie.
É.
Comedy in
Vai acontecer.
The Barbarians.
Podes confiar, vai acontecer.
Well, here they go.
I don't like the rain. I don't like the rain. Good. I like the rain better.
Just like the sword! Ah! Get out! We're done.
Wow.
Desculpa, perdi o telemóvel. What? Fim da discriminação
That's it.
para qualquer pessoa, independentemente da cor da sua pele, possa viver.
Movie stopped.
Oh, what? Oh não, o vídeo já acabou.
We're back, everybody.
And we're back.
We've got our final movie, and it's probably one of the most famous sequel names of all time.
Yeah.
And now it's
Electric Boogaloo.
It was unfortunately co-opted by extremists.
By extremists, so please.
How does anyone expect to be
Co-opted
taken
by
seriously when they
extremists?
wear
What?
Hawaiian shirts?
I don't know.
There's a reason Weird Al doesn't write serious music.
But fuck those guys. Tim, tell us about Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo.
É este o filme? I didn't know.
That's right, they
Eu não sabia que este era o filme do Electric Boogaloo.
Is it on the box?
Yes. Electric.
I thought you were just making a terrible joke,
I
but the
wish.
box made the terrible joke.
Yeah, Blu-ray for great quality.
Ok, estás a fazer um discurso de...
Man, when did the first one
Like,
come
this
out?
is, it's the title of the canon documentary, Electric
De
Boogaloo.
It's
modelo.
the most famous sequel subtitle of all time.
Miss
It's
Universe.
this and the Squeakquel. Those are the two that everybody goes to when they talk about like joke sequel titles.
The movie is more famous for its name than the movie it is.
Yeah.
Pô, eu não
Let's
sabia
go
que
to the
filme
movie,
era.
watch it. It all just
Mas
blends
conheci o Electric
together into,
Boogaloo,
like
claro.
a fever dream of dancing and nonsense.
Dancing in 80s fashion.
Yeah. Attempts at creating 80s fashion. I feel like some of the things in this movie were not actually fashion, but they wanted it to become a thing.
Give us the plot.
Okay.
He
The
wants
plot
to do the
explain.
movie justice.
Chicken head, give us the plot.
Let him think about it.
So
It's an important story.
if Breakin' introduced the
Eu
three
que eu pedi não beijo-me. Oh meu Deus.
of Kelly, Ozone, and Turbo. Kelly from a very affluent a family.
És muito
and all
erudito.
that stuff, and Ozone and Turbo from the
God
streets.
damn it,
What?
just shut the fuck up and let the man tell the plot of Electric Boogaloo.
I just wanted to hit up on
Breakin' 2
first.
Electric Boogaloo. He's trying to tell the plot.
I want to know if he's seen Breaking 1.
But
He's
not
seen
breaking.
Breaking the Waves. It's very similar.
I saw
Okay, so
Point
just
Break.
shut up.
I've seen Point Break.
I saw Point Break.
It's-
Breakin'.
It's bad, unlike Breaking Bad, which is good.
I've seen Breakin' Bad.
Breaking the Waves 2 Electric Boogaloo. Okay, it's a good film. Tim, tell us all about. Okay, Rich wants to know if you've seen Breaking 1.
Nope.
Okay.
So, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, tell us all about
Hey,
it.
I wanted to watch it because it's like Boogaloo is a fun word to say when you're a child. And electric, anything better is plugged in.
It's electric.
Boogie, oogie, oogie. But anyway, this is the follow-up story. It's like at the end of Breakin', they're just like, wow, Kelly and Ozone and Turbo overcame so many like hurdles.
You're
and they're
assuming.
friends. Yeah. I'm assuming.
I'm
What
assuming.
happens in Breaking 1? They break?
I haven't seen Breaking 1, but I'm going to tell you what happens in Breaking 1.
Oh.
She's an uptight, preppy, rich girl whose parents have her life plotted out for her.
Who does
Princeton.
fancy dancing?
Yeah, she
Yes, yeah.
she sees people fancy dancing on the street, and her parents
Fancy
scoff at it, but
dancing.
She's secretly intrigued by it. And then
No. She does fancy dancing.
She
That's
does high
traditional
No,
dancing.
not in Breaking 1. In Breaking 1, she's
Oh
on the
my God,
outside.
he doesn't know what
He's so-
fancy dancing
He's so
is.
fucking dense. Rich,
Fancy
I'm sorry.
dancing is traditional dancing.
She does.
Breakin' is the cool dancing.
You're right.
Fancy
God.
as in highbrow, upper
Yeah.
crust,
Yes,
snooty.
yes.
She does pirouetting, she does ballet.
Oh, ballet. How does she definitively meet Turbo and Ozone in this movie that we have not seen?
She
Que
she
foda-se.
falls out of her parents' limo when they take a turn that's too sharp of a turn.
Oh, it's kind of like Overboard.
Yes.
Overboard. She is Goldie Hawn, falls off into Kurt Russell's or Ozone's
Did she hit her head
house.
and lose her memory?
She rolls on the ground and hits her head on a fire hydrant.
Instead of calling.
I remember that. I remember
Tu basicamente
that
foste a
happening
Miss
in the
Universo.
She wakes up in a warehouse where everyone's breaking.
A Vitag.
And she's like, I don't have dance. I don't know who I am, but I know how to dance.
Are you Dr. Death?
Também desejaste o fim da fome
And then
em
at the
África?
end, they defeat the bad dance troupe. Because we can't introduce the soulless
She
corporate
really
male
gets into the
yet.
dancing culture, but then she starts to remember who she is, and she has to make the choice between what her parents want her to do and the dancing that she has learned to love so much.
Oh, so kind of like Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a typical sequel where
Yeah.
they just do the same
Just
thing,
bigger,
but
bigger,
bigger. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I really missed you.
Looks like show business treating you good.
Actually, I'm pretty burnt out.
What's he sweeping?
Hustling for pennies.
All right, Kelly's back.
All right. Hey, that's Fred.
Jesus.
She's well liked.
Everybody loves her. Ah, the mailman's into it.
God
Everyone's
fucking damn it.
Telephone operator.
Man, everyone's going fucking crazy. Look at everybody's. They're all ages and races. They're all dancing
They're all
together.
brought together by the power of bad music.
I mean, if that's what it takes to bring people together, it's a fair trade-off. Even the cars dancing.
And we're starting with Breaking 2, the story of Kelly showing up to Miracle. Now, Miracle is a
Ow.
nice building that lets all the neighborhood kids go and break and dance.
Yeah.
And riff-raff and like
They love
the
dancing.
tag,
It's
and
like
they
a
love-
community center.
Yes, it's a community center. Miracles is a place that is
Wink
like,
young adult.
this is street. It's like all these kids on this street. There's no way that they are gonna be able to get together and
Maria.
be happy and like not
Young
cause
adult é um
problems. That
bocado
would be a
childish.
miracle. Holy shit! There's a building where that happens.
Aptly
Boing. Miracle.
So Miracle,
Mas-
let me get this straight. Miracle is a building.
Tu é que decides o quão
Children
childish
go
é que tu és.
inside
Yes.
To do
Ou
what the
quão
children
precisas de
ordinarily
ser.
do outside on the street.
Yes.
Or in hospitals. They do it pretty much
There's a
anywhere.
Or on a tractor trailer.
Há quem leia isso até 50 anos.
Keep dancing.
That's
Keep
good.
that energy up.
Para que lado é que eu.
Why isn't you dancing? Why isn't you dancing? Come on now.
Oh,
Do
fuck.
you need to ask that question?
Feel the beat. Feel the beat. He's into it.
Ow, my back!
Miracle is,
Oh, it's
is
that
a
thing.
building that's owned by the city, but the caretaker is our elderly black man named.
I don't know his name. I just am very proud of myself for recognizing him from Ghetto Blaster, a movie we watched 26 years ago.
Whoever you are, you ain't got no business coming around here with that equipment.
This is a deep pull. But I think that old guy might have been in. Do you remember Ghetto Blaster? Of
course.
That we did on the show a million years ago. I still vividly remember the old guy that's
Think he
like,
must
"What are you
be-
doing to my cat?"
What are you doing to my cat?
I recognized his voice because I always have that in my brain. But what are you doing to my cat?
What are you doing to my cat?
So anyway, Ghetto Blaster runs Miracles,
You
and
got-
then Ozone and Turbo are like, we love this place too, and look at them,
They
we
welcome all kinds of dancers.
Yeah.
And
Half
little kids.
mimes.
A mime, yes, a mime with a half. He only did the mouth.
You know they're tolerant when they accept mimes.
Right. And they do all sorts of dancing, but they do have a rival dance gang.
Electro.
Categoria
which
de-
one's Neutron and which one's
Rage!
Proton?
Electro Rage!
Electro Rage. Electro Rage.
Which one's
against.
Neutron and Proton?
Yo, what's up?
Ozone is the tall one because he's
The
so
older tall one who's-
he can be up in the ozone.
Okay,
It's like-
that's a good way to remember.
And the other one is Turbo because he went really fast when he fell down those stairs.
Ozone is in love with Kelly.
Yes.
I thought they were in a relationship. The movie starts and she shows up and they're immediately smooching. I
Yeah.
thought they were like, oh, they're a couple.
I thought they were the couple that got together at the end of Breaking One.
Yeah, me too. Turns out she has a fiance.
I
They
thought they
introduced-
ended in a kiss in Breaking One.
They did, remember? When we watched that film?
Yeah. Oh, Breaking One?
Yeah.
But Turbo is the younger guy, the one who ends up dancing on the ceiling.
Yeah.
And he is in love with Latino girl.
Yes.
Who is part of a different subculture of dancers who dance on a stage. Remember?
Yeah, in front of.
And he's like, I don't speak your language.
Mike, you can just say there's a stage and we'll know they dance on it.
Okay. He's in love. So there's multiple factions, multiple ethnicities, groups, all in Los Angeles.
And they all
And
dance.
they all love to dance, and they just want to dance.
Ay, ay, ay.
I'm picturing like the real world's audio. And someone that far away. It just looks like a bunch of insane people.
Oh, this would be a great.
Shreds? Shreds, yeah.
Ai, porquê?
To be fair, it is kind of a beautiful harmony. We never really see Earth in Star Trek, but I imagine this is what they're doing.
Just nonstop dancing.
Just nonstop dancing.
And even their gang fight was rather beautiful.
It's all this dancing.
They just said, you know what? We don't need violence. We're going to settle our differences with dance, whether it's interpretive on us.
Well, we were talking about that during that scene. We were like, is this supposed to be metaphorical or interpretive? Yeah, like a musical. But later on, when Boogaloo Shrimp, aka Turbo, is dancing on the ceiling.
Yes.
His love interest comes into the room, and she's like, "What the fuck?" So I think all the dancing is literal.
Oh, he's going to the wall.
There it goes. Camera tricks. Let's see it through the
Yeah,
crack.
there's like a hole in the wall, and you can see through it.
Oh, are we gonna get a split screen?
What the fuck?
Oh, look at that!
What? What?
It's really happening. It's not just his imagination.
How did they do it?
A shitload of hairspray and a harness.
See, not out of any crazy ass movie thing that cause a romantic.
O meu dia foi ok, obrigado por perguntares.
This is it.
The room, rotating room.
Estou de volta ao
It's
trabalho,
just
não é?
fucking, it's just fucking awesome. In a goofy movie, that is a great effect.
Yeah,
You
it
too.
looks great. It's fun, and
They
they
did a
even
good job
have
with it.
like
Ay.
occasionally they cut to because there's what you call it,
friendly
skylight.
ceiling.
There's a skylight, and you know we see him dancing on it, and it almost looks like a breakdancing mat or something. But then we cut to the exterior.
They take the effort to shoot through the window.
They took the time to shoot that.
Totally different setup.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something that happened in Breaking 1.
Oh.
Okay.
Turbo dances with a broom. Look it up.
You mentioned that because you thought it happened
Because
in
I
this
thought
one,
it
right?
happened. It's like I've only seen
Oh,
bits and pieces.
I thought you went back to making up stuff that happened in Breaking One.
No.
No, I
I'm
think
pretty
that's a
sure
famous scene
Breaking
from the first
1,
movie.
Turbo
Famous.
dances with a broom, and so they're like, "Holy shit!
How do we
just
top
got
that?
Cannon is on the phone. They want to make a Breaking 2. We're gonna fucking top Turbo in his broom."
Use a vacuum.
Punhada de 14 mil
You
passos.
remember the scene when
Oh.
Ozone is Turbo comes to Ozone for help with ladies. He's like, I'm in love with this Mexican girl.
Dance with
Acho
my
que fiquei muito
doll.
I have a
contente.
doll. I have Ozone has a doll of Kelly. Looks suspiciously like Kelly.
Fiquei muito
Has kind of
contente.
worn out crotch area.
Por hoje não estar a chover.
Why is there a slimy hole?
Oh, it's kind of like a version of Kelly. Kind of looks like her haircut.
Oh, see, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they did that, so they could transition to a real person.
No.
Did she refuse to be in the scene?
They replace her with a doll.
Yeah. She was supposed to show him how to dance with a lady.
Wait a minute.
It's getting all weird now.
I'm tripping.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I dropped acid about 2 hours ago, and now you're with my woman.
How bizarre.
Oh,
they broke it.
Now I'm getting flashback to the real women and their bloody.
Yeah.
I hear they realize they don't need no woman.
That's why.
Yeah.
And then they're dancing.
Amiga
and then
também não
it's,
estou.
like intercutting to like other real
Awesome.
life characters.
Jealous.
And then
Yeah.
the doll falls apart. I mean, all bets are off. Reality is bending. It's a musical. It's an action film.
It
it's
almost
a drama.
doesn't.
It's everything.
Yeah, you do. It kind of like one musical number or one dance scene bleeds into the next, where they just sort of like dissolve the music, and it just keeps going, and it becomes like a fever dream. It
Caguei,
just-
ando com vontade de ler um livro
just
sobre
keep
necromancer.
A fever dream where
Eu que seja young
Ron
adult.
Johnson
Capa tem
wants to
crânio.
build a supermarket or
Okay.
a mall of sorts.
It's a mall, then
Just to
later
make
they say
sure
a
that-
supermarket.
He's an 80s corporate villain. We can just assume he wants to build something on property.
Oh, no! Evil developers!
Is that one of the Pentangles?
Oh, the Pentangles!
Is that Truman the Pentangle?
fifth Pentangle
It's the
member!
fifth Pentangle. If you put the entire cast in a lineup and you're like, pick the fucking curmudgeon who wants to change everything, 100% will be like, that guy.
He's a crusty old white guy in a suit whose dentures are falling out.
Ai, como desligou?
The plot of the movie is like 5 minutes of the movie. Like if you were to condense.
Oh, that early scene, remember?
Oh yeah, they're like, get in, get out. We need more dancing.
I want to build that shopping center. I want to build it on the site that we talked about. And that building that the kids are in, that has got to go.
It almost feels like parody.
I want zoning's cooperation.
Get the plot scene out of the way as quickly as possible.
Although, as 4 grown-ups who are into our 40s, we look at this through different lenses, and we say, well, maybe the mall's a good idea. The cynical nature, like you can't just dance forever in a building that's about to be condemned.
That job's gonna help you a lot more than dancing.
The only sad thing is, Rich, is
Yep.
I know they're not gonna use like violence or anything. It's not gonna turn into an action movie. It's just gonna be like they're gonna win a dance competition or something.
If it started like this and it turned into Death Wish 3.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say the sad thing is they're not actually going to tear down this building so that businessmen can finally build a shopping mall.
Podes, pode
I mean,
ser.
it would be great if they started tearing it down.
Rant
They're all
away.
dancing. Just like peons with machine guns come in and just start mowing everyone down.
Is that what they call it, breaking?
Breaking, yeah. And the few that survived have to like defeat him.
Speaking of
on top
which,
his
I should
skyscraper.
answer
God, they have like
a thing.
a dancing kung fu battle.
Yeah. Like the girl, she's like, I'm gonna choose between Princeton or hanging out at the abandoned building with my friends who did.
It's about to collapse. The building's about to collapse.
I know your dad's supposed to be the villain.
I know, but he's right about Princeton.
He's kind of right. You should go to Princeton. And
Go to
have-
Princeton,
You have your dream job in Paris. Or you can slum it up in the literal slum.
But Stanley tells me that you backed out of that Paris deal in order to run off with that street dancer.
That
Yeah, my friends badly need
street
$200,000, so I quit for the
dance.
job you want me to take so I could help them. If only somebody would give them $200,000,
Disgusting.
I would be able to take that job.
I'll bail out Miracles. Pay
Oh!
You thought you were
Escolhi
smart.
para uma mulher que pelo visto entre os leões escreveu uma fanfic e uma cena de violação. Ah, sure.
Princeton or end up on Skid Row?
Tough choice.
Not a hard choice. I mean, Miracles is only going so far.
Yeah.
In the long term.
Take care of ourselves. We don't need your money.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
you
do.
You desperately do, or the city will demo the building. I said all those characters, all the way down to the 5-year-olds, they're all gonna end up on Skid Row.
Ozone's gonna be cheating on you with that other girl in like 5 months.
And in 6 months, someone's gonna start doing heroin, where the miracle
Is there a new
is
drug? Is there a new drug that makes you dance?
Well, if that exists, they're already taking it and breaking too, because these people are lunatics.
Well, that's the reveal we get in Breaking 3. That they're all taking this drug that makes you dance. I was gonna say-
Dance-a-hall. It's not even a pill, you drink it.
Breaking 3, withdrawal. I was gonna say this
Withdrawal
movie.
in the dance hall.
Not drug related, but withdrawal in the dance hall. That's good. This movie feels like a virus movie, and the
Fica as
virus
pessoas
is
são
dancing,
chatas.
and it's contagious, and it's like a zombie film, but with dancing.
Bones within
Porque são aborrecidas
There's that too. We should mention the
e têm que
hospital
fazer
scene,
alguma
which is
coisa
the best
pelo
part
That's
dia.
the
of
best
film.
scene in the film, yeah.
Mas não pode ser só qualquer coisa, tem que ser qualquer coisa que as faça sentir heroicas.
Oh my god!
Qual é a palavra? Esta palavra não existe em português.
The
Tipo-
alien was gonna pop out.
Tipo. Righteous. Justificado pela mão de Deus. Antes era Deus, agora é. Something. LGBT.
Oh, you can still dance, The power of dance can't stop him.
Oh my god, everybody!
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Wow!
Sexy nurses?
What the fuck?
They're gonna cut back to him coming to life, right?
Eu gostava de ter amigos. That's it. That's a whole sentence. Estou a brincar. Eu gostava de ter amigos. Com quem estar todos os dias. Tipo por reflexo, o pessoal simplesmente está junto. E nem sequer pensas nisso, é só ir. Mas ali ao café ou caralho.
So the ticking clock is they've been given 30 days grace period to come up with $200,000
Não importa, Maria.
to make
Não precisas
desperately
ficar a mulher.
repairs to the building to make it up to code.
Yeah. So the obvious way to
I don't
do
care.
this is to have a dance concert.
And then it's like the media shows up and they confront the building.
Anyway,
It's like, oh,
eu não disse isto por
here's my
acaso.
building
Isto foi por
company,
causa desse
Douglas
assunto.
Building company,
Porque
I'm out.
o que eu acho que está a acontecer é. Lembras-te da conversa que eu uma vez tive contigo? Espera aí, vou parar o filme e tudo. Lembras-te de uma conversa que tive uma vez contigo sobre religião e as pessoas estarem agora tipo, já não fazem nada em comunidade, já não há. Como ninguém quer saber da missa e da igreja, que era uma coisa que era uma desculpa para as pessoas se juntarem e andarem em comunidade. Depois do pessoal cagar nisso e dizer que é estúpido, não substitui com nada e agora ficamos todos em casa. E o que aconteceu é que o pessoal agora está em casa, não tem significado na vida, tipo, não está só sozinho. E então pegam nas redes sociais e dizem assim: o que é que. Onde é que eu posso procurar algum significado? E procuram nisso, tipo. É isso, vão às coisas mais básicas possíveis porque não saem de casa. Como não saem de casa, não conseguem perceber. Nunca poderiam perceber as nuances da vida. E então é tudo muito black and white, tudo muito simples, não é? Porque não há maturidade. Porque não sai de casa, não se desenvolve o cérebro. E então é tudo muito assim. Quando estás em casa, olhas para o telemóvel, pá, tenho que cancelar este, tenho que cancelar aquele, ele é mau. E as pessoas só podem ser totalmente boas ou totalmente más. Muito simples. Pronto, e é isso que explica este tipo de coisa. E por causa disso, eu gostava de sair de casa mais. Gostava de ter a cena automática de só sair de casa e ir. Mas não é. Sair de casa é fácil, não é isso que eu quero dizer. É tipo ir ao café e falar com o pessoal. Mas parece que é demasiado complicado para as pessoas fazerem. É mais fácil estar em casa. A fazer doom scrolling, sabes o que é isso?
Dance.
Anyway.
That was so
Continue.
anticlimactic.
It was less dance and more just standing in front of the construction
You need
equipment.
to lead up to the big show.
Yeah.
It's teaching you that you don't solve a problem, you just pout and obstruct, and then the problem solves
Só tenho uma
itself.
coisa.
It needed to be the big moment where they need the dance number to win the competition, and they need the help.
Mas é um bocado isso,
And then
Maria.
he just bursts out of his cast.
Acabei de explicar como é que funciona cancel culture.
Outfit on under his hospital gown for some reason.
E é literalmente só isso, não é mais nada.
Starts dancing. That's how you end the movie. Why don't you tell him about it?
They tried to raise money, they didn't get there. And then
Não
they
sei o
did
que é,
nothing.
mas é uma boa teoria.
The day
Era jogo nada.
before the big dance concert. So, like, before the climax of the movie, for some reason, the writers have chosen to completely de-escalate the threat
Yes.
I think that's so you don't have to worry about it. If you're watching the movie and you're actually invested in the plot and you're worried about, oh, will they make it? Now that's not a problem, so you can just enjoy the dancing.
And just
you
watch
can
the-
just
watch
enjoy
them
the spectacle.
make all the money?
I think that's the idea, even though in story terms, yeah, it's bizarre.
They needed a story, and then they had it, and then they like resolved it.
They just let it go.
You think too logically about movies. You think too movies about movies. You think like, nothing here.
That's our
happens.
job.
I know, but no, I'm saying like you were like the guy that writes the '80s movies. But these are not.
Narmiúdo tirava cartões do nariz e colava na lareira. Aposto que por causa disso vou ser cancelado e não vou arranjar emprego.
Distance, and it looks like a movie, but then you think about it and nothing adds up.
Sabes porquê que não vai ser cancelado? Porque ninguém te filmou e pôs isso na internet. Então ninguém vai saber. É como se não existisse.
And Breaking 2 gave the positive messages of a community-forward MC Ice-T.
A quarter, a nickel, or even a dime. Everybody in a place, sing along with me. Everybody in a place, G-I-V-E.
Yeah,
And
good
he
old
was-
Ice-T shows
he
up in
just
this.
is just
Ice-T.
nailing it with positivity. I'm like, this guy's gonna go places. He's gonna work with the community, and he's gonna make sure everybody stays clean. And this is 1984, so you know he's got. Oh.
He was going with the flow, whatever was popular at the time. Breakdancing, gangster rap.
I gotta say that a lot of the skills of breaking from.
Espera, eu não sabia que já tinha o poder do Belele. Podias ter dito, Maria. Nunca tinha experimentado, a ver se tinha. Vou ser honesto.
Oh yeah, yeah. Have you seen like some like you should just look up some
Estou a carregar no start, isto mostra.
dancing.
And you gotta wiggle your hands around
Realmente mostra.
like it's cool.
Não me lembro onde é que eu apanhei.
Probably.
Poder do
Probably
Belele.
like slightly after the fad had started to.
What year is this?
What year was Star Trek 3?
Because there was a lot of Klingons fucking popping and locking.
Dancing on the ceiling.
86 was Star Trek 4. It would have been 83.
4, I'm assuming.
83, 82 was
Search for
Wrath of
Spock was
Khan.
82.
Yeah, so I think it's 83
Because-
is Star Trek 3.
I saw this during its theatrical run.
What?
Here's a here, yeah.
Electric
Breaking. I've seen Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo.
You did?
On the
theater? No, in the drive-in theater.
What?
It was playing as a double feature with Star Trek 3. And so the family night, I wanted to see Star Trek 3. Went to see Star Trek 3, and they played Breaking 2 first. And I had
Credo.
to sit through Breaking 2. And I was just
Oh,
like,
how do you survive two
where the
movies?
fuck is Spock? I want to find Spock already, goddammit. I'm sitting through.
Breaking 2 was the real Search for Spock.
What if? What if you watch it? That's like the fucking like listening to The Wizard of Oz, The Dark Side of the Moon, but you need to watch Breaking 2 into the Search for Spock, and there's gonna be something that's like,
Well, yeah, you'd play the audio from Breaking 2 while watching Search for Spock. It lines up. It all lines up.
But did you think while you're watching Breaking 2 that someday when you were 56 you'd be talking about it on a bright green table to the internet like
Wearing a dumb Christmas hat.
They're wearing a Christmas hat.
I
Like,
thought, thank God, I'll never need to watch this again.
there it is. There it is. There it is. It happened.
What a magical movie memory.
Yeah! Through his movements, he's gonna go take a piss.
I feel like I'm in the movie.
Oh yes, I guess I am in charge here. We're at the end of the night. It is time. I guess we'll go around. Tim, what is your pick for best of the worst?
I will have to go Barbarians. Stupid hilarity and like great practical effects, but boy did I call at least 3 or 4 things in that movie, and I'm pretty fucking proud of that. Put these up. We're proud. So yeah, Barbarians. Doink.
Okay.
I guess it's up to me then. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm almost a three-way split.
Ooh, I'm a two-way split,
Yeah?
not a three-way.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's stuff I appreciate about all of these movies. For being a try-hard movie that doesn't quite get there, it's being just something that's kind of just bizarre. The goofy leads, really goofy leads, and just all around what the fuck.
And then Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. I'm just gonna, you know what? Just to keep things evenly distributed, I'm just gonna go with Avenging Force.
Okay.
Just to keep things evenly distributed, so we can have some excitement for who the actual winner is. So
Avenging Force is definitely the most canon movie.
Yes.
Like when you think of what a canon movie is, it's that.
So, Jay, what is your pick?
Mine's Electric Boogaloo. I thought about it for 5 seconds, and I decided the hospital scene is just so fun. It's so entertaining to watch. It's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, and it's colorful, and I enjoy it.
Mike.
I'm with Jay. Electric Boogaloo is my pick all the way.
I'm kind of glad you went with that. Even though I picked Avenging Force just to keep things even.
Well, the thing is, all three movies are all pretty good. They all kind of do a thing, but just on just the most basic level, I think I had the most fun watching Electric Boogaloo. I still hated it. I hated all three.
I think you couldn't stand
I did, because you're just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Like, Avenging Force, just, you know, so much potential. They spent so much money. Great, like, Mardi Gras action, the swamps and the rain, and you just need to fix this character, Barbarians. Like, is it a comedy? Is it not? What are you doing? This, it's the same thing. It's like, you're trying to make a fun musical, but you're just kind of like vaguely giving the choreography and the music, and it's just sort of like
no music stands out in a musical, and that's weird.
Yes, exactly. There's nothing musical fun
The
about
dancing's great, but none of the music really stands out.
Yes, overall it's mostly embarrassing, but like there are many standout moments.
My recommendation is just go look up clips for the hospital scene and the spinning room scene, and then you've gotten everything you need to get out of Breakin' 2.
I don't know. I think if you watch it from start to end, it has like some sort of weird psychological effect on you because it's just they never stop dancing.
Yeah, you get drawn into it.
It's not like a musical. There'll be a musical number, and then there's plot happening, characters, there's scenes happening, and then another musical number. This one, it's just non-stop dancing.
A good musical will develop the characters through the song.
That's the goal.
That as well.
The problem is everything
Cool, bang.
is like laid out in super fine detail in Breakin'. And we fucking threw out Breakin', and we're just like, give us the fucking rough.
We didn't even need the sequel.
Yeah.
It's like Jaws 2. You didn't need the sequel. The shark blew up in the first one.
And the fourth one. For no reason it blew up. They stabbed it and it blew up. And that's the end of the movie.
It got impaled on the mast of the ship as it
Somehow it blew
jumped
up.
into the air. And then it exploded. But I don't want to destroy any of these films. I don't know about you guys. They all have a special place in my heart until tomorrow. Until tomorrow when I forget all about them.
That's fine.
Tomorrow.
Strong way.
Tomorrow?
Wait, what did we watch?
It
I
is
already
tomorrow.
forgot.
That'd be the first time you remembered something for more than 3 hours.
I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe tomorrow.
I think Electric Boogaloo has so many images that'll be just imprinted in your brain.
I'll tell you this. What tonight really did make me want to do is watch the Electric Boogaloo documentary. I have a major itch to watch that now.
That is a great documentary. Yeah. We recommend that if you haven't seen it. Watch Electric Boogaloo. The Untold Story of Canon Films, I think is the title.
That's good.
La
We hear
Radiancy.
from Lucinda Dickey from Breakin' 2. We hear from Michael Dudikoff. I don't think the Barbarian brothers are in it.
Have a Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas!
Happy New Year.
We're done here.
You gotta cut it on that.
Oi, foste para o lado errado, boneco. Mesmo frase, isso é uma boa maneira de morrer bem cedo. Mas a puta que me pariu, mano. Por quê? Já? Absolutamente aniquilada? Devia perguntar à minha colega como é que. Ex-colega, como é que foi o primeiro dia de trabalho. Com licença. Que bonito. Essa imagem, esse cenário é muito creepy na minha cabeça. Imagina tu espreitares tipo, dá-me mais. Eu, ei, então, fico com fome. Estava estranhamente excitado hoje à noite. Não sei se foi de eu ter levado à rua. Excepcional. Foi a única coisa que fiz diferente. Como estava? Cabecinha macia. Tem, está incrível. Noventa e dois. Tadinho, está ali a dormir. Vai acordar daqui a bocado. Porque me vou levantar agora. Amanhã. Hoje, por acaso, não queria levantar da cama. Fiquei mesmo feliz. Por causa da temperatura.